with respect to number one, whether we are dealing with the same verb break or with different verbs. This is precisely the question that underlies the different approaches to verb alternations, derivation and non-derivation, as I mentioned before. So the two approaches have different concerns. We are going to find approaches to a possible answer to the previous question based on the semantics of the two alternating constructions, or we may have an answer based on their different or similar answers. So there has been a massive spectrum of verb alternations proposed in the literature, and for example, Levin tried to give a unified account of all those verb alternations. For example, talking about the semantic aspects, we can make a distinction between verbs of putting, such as spray, and verbs of removing, such as clear, and we may have the so-called locative alternation, as you have in 2. So Jill sprays paint on the wall, or Jill sprays the wall with paint. Also in 3, we have a removing subtype. So Jack White comes off the counter and Jack White the counter. So the crucial factor is the verb meaning. So the verb meaning will be one of the factors to be taken into account in order to have a general classification of verbal verb alternations. Now, talking about syntax, we may have one first criterion, which is the type of preposition that these type of verbs do require. So Mayoral and Mayoral Hernandez established a semantic classification, but he also paid attention to different syntactic aspects of the verbs. For example, depending on whether on what preposition is involved in the alternation. So in 4, we may have verbs which may select either the preposition con in Spanish or the preposition de, such as cargar, load. So we may have Marta cargó el coche con leña, Marta loaded the car with wood, okay? Or alternatively, we may have the preposition de, of, okay? Now, we may also find another type of verbs with or which only admits the preposition con, such as cultivar, raise, as in 5. Juan cultivaba cebollas en su huerto. So Juan raised onions in the vegetable garden, or Juan cultivaba su huerto con cebollas. Then the third type will be that the type of verb selecting only the preposition de, as the case of plantar, grow. You have the relevant examples in 6. So plantaron pinos en el monte, plantaron el monte de pinos. Okay, so they planted mountain in pine trees. Now, the second type of syntactic aspects that is taken into account in the literature is the category of the location argument. So Mayoral Hernandez also makes a classification depending on whether the location arguments can occur in a prepositional phrase, as you may see in 7, okay, or alternatively, the location cannot occur as prepositional phrase, as you may have the examples in 8 with the verb exonerated, exonerate in Spanish, disculpar. Now, in Ajenjo, we also find that he makes a review of different problematic issues that we may have when deciding whether we have an alternating verb or not. One problem that he detected is that we have by far too many different classifications, okay? And these classifications show many cases which are controversial. Then a second problem is that speakers don't all agree with what stands for an alternating verb. So he makes some sort of experiments, and the classical alternating verbs get only a 60% or 70% at most of acceptability. Then he also goes through usage-based dictionaries, and these dictionaries are also in coherence with the use of alternating verbs. Okay, you have different illustrations of the problems here. So for the experiments that Henko carried out, we may see that typical verb such as empapar, soak or soak up, okay, is ranked very low in the experiment, okay, whereas other verbs such as get tattooed or tatuar in Spanish get a very high percentage of acceptability, okay. Then in dictionaries, we also find this kind of controversy because verbs such as rociar, spray, okay, which are included in all the literature about alternating verbs, okay, are not included in those dictionaries, okay, whereas empapar, soak up, the one we have just seen, is included in the 4 dictionaries that are taken into account in Henko's study. Oops, sorry. Yeah. So here we have the first verb alternation that I am going to discuss, dative shift, illustrated in tense. So for English, okay, I will go through this part very quickly because I want to arrive as soon as possible to the Spanish examples and data. Another verb alternation that I will discuss will be locusive alternation as the one in 11 with the verb smaller in or spray in English. Also, we can find the contactive alternation as illustrated by the verb hit in English. The causative incausative alternation that I mentioned at the beginning, okay. And one of the problems that we can also find with respect to alternating verbs is that the very same verb may occur in more than one subtype of verb alternation, as is the case of slit in 14 and 15. So it may have or may show dative alternation alongside the causative incausative alternation. Okay, so you may see that in the discussion of argument structure alternations, we must pay attention to syntactic factors, semantic factors, lexical factors, but the question will be, how about discourse and information structure factors, which is the type of the question that I want to answer in my talk. So going into section 2, very quickly, I will show you the 2 approaches to verb alternations that occur in the literature. So first of all, we find proponents of the thematic or monosomy paraphrases view. These proponents take the position that one of the alternating frames derives from the other one. The classical linguist here will be Larsen, who proposes a derivational approach for those alternating verbs. Then we find those proponents of the polysemy view who assume that the 2 constructions encode different semantic relations, so change of possession for the double object construction and movement to a goal for a prepositional phrase dative. Okay, this is the non-derivational approach, and according to this approach, the 2 constructions have different semantic relations and hence different underlying structures. Okay, now the 2 approaches use different arguments, and these arguments might work for the purposes of establishing or not a possible relation between alternating verbs. To illustrate, let's see the first arguments. So there is not always a one-to-one correspondence in the alternation. This is illustrated in 17 with the verb load. So Pat loaded the hay onto the wagon does not have exactly the meaning of B. Pat loaded the one with hay. Okay. Sorry, they do have the same verb, but now in 18, okay, with cover, okay, we have difference in terms of syntax. Of grammaticality. So they cover the wall with posters and they cover posters onto the wall. The same argument is replicated in 19 and 20 for Spanish. So Pat cargó el heno en el vagón and Pat cargó el vagón con heno, but then you have a different relationship in 20 with the verb cubrir. Ellos cubrieron la pared con postes. Ellos cubrieron postes en la pared, which is not possible. Okay. Now, a second argument is that there is not exactly the same meaning in the two constructions. And this is illustrated in 21, okay? John loaded the cart with hay, John loaded hay with, in the cart. And you may see that in 21a, we have that the loading was full, whereas in 21b, this loading was not full, okay? So these arguments seem to support a non-derivational approach to verb alternations because we have different syntactic and semantic behavior of the two verbs, but there are other arguments which might support the derivational approach, as you may see in 3. So romance, dative alternation in ditransitives can be used, okay, to show that there is some sort of derivational relationship between the two constructions. This is illustrated for Spanish in 22. Julia le dio un regalo a Pedro. So Julia gave a present to Pedro. And Julia le dio a Pedro un regalo. So you may see that there is some sort of rearrangements of the direct subject and the indirect subject. And this also occurs with, in Brazilian Portuguese, as you may see in 23. Now, the transitives in Spanish and both European and Brazilian Portuguese show some sort of optional rearrangements of the direct subjects and the indirect subjects. For Spanish, as you have seen in the relevant examples, there is some optional insertion of the cletic. So in the previous example, le is supposed to be just optional, and this is the view that De Monte or Cuervo take, okay? So we have a double object construction only if the cletic occurs in the construction. Anyway, regardless of whether of the precise or specific analysis of ditransitives, the two previous examples support the derivational approach to at least some alternations in the 3 languages. I will be back to this point later, but now let's move into the third section, which is about information structure. And the main point is that information structure matters when talking about this type of alternating verbs. I will give you some data, okay, to answer the question that you have here. What makes argument structure in the lexicon selects one lexical entry or the other out of 2 alternate ones? The question will be connected crucially with information structure factors, because in my view, some discourse factors may fit the lexicon as shown in 20 for English. So the selection of fear or frightened may be based on a discourse-based choice, okay? So depending, for example, on what the information focus is, the speaker may select one alternative or the other. Okay, so let's go back to the possessive inchoative alternation. And we will see in 22 that for questions such as who broke the window, okay, speakers will show some preference in English for John broke the window instead of the window broke. And the reason is connected with the the impossibility of satisfaction of the information request in the question, okay? For 23, what's happened in the with the window, okay, we have information about the window already present in the question. So the most natural answer will be something like A, the window broke, instead of John broke the window, okay? And in 24, from the question, what did John break? Okay, we have information shared by the interlocutors in the conversation, okay, about John and the event of breaking. So the most natural answer will be John broke the window, okay, instead of the window broke. And finally, in 25, we have a broad focus question or all focus question asking what happened. And you may see that the two answers are possible. So the window broke and John broke the window are both natural as an answer for this. So if we assume that broad focus is associated with the canonical pattern or patterns in the relevant language, we may use these type of alternations, verbal alternations, to detect whether the two alternates can be related by a derivational approach, okay, or a non-derivational approach. This is the points that I want to raise here, okay? Now let's go with locative alternation. So for a sentence such as, for a question such as A in 26, what did you put on the toast? The most natural answer is A, as you may see. John smothered the toast with marmalade. B is possible, but then it is not the most natural answer for this, okay? Except if we use a specific prosody, as you may see in between brackets, okay? So prosody may alter all the different alternations that we have here, okay, as all focus sentences, okay? We will see that. Now in 27, for the question, what did John do with the marmalade? Okay, we have information about the marmalade. So the most natural answer will be now B instead of A. Now in 28, okay, we have from the question again, information about the marmalade and nothing else. You may see that in B, the natural answer will be B, again, John smothered the marmalade on the toast, okay? And if we have information about the toast, as you may see in 29, we obtain the opposite. So now A will be more natural than B. As you may see in 30, for broad focus again, both constructions will be equally natural, okay? So in a language such as English, where focus can optimally be assigned in sentence final possession or in situ by using prosody, lexical alternations are influenced by information structure. Now, in dative alternation in English, we also find basically the same data, okay? So either the double object construction of the processual dative will be selected depending on the information structure of the sentence. So for 31, you may see that John gave Mary a book will be more natural than John, John, I forgot the verb. John gave a book to Mary, okay? And so on and so forth. I will skip some slides. One final point about dative alternation in English is that if you have an open question such as what happened, okay, the corresponding all focus sentence will be John gave the book to Mary, B, okay, whereas John gave Mary the book, okay, the double object construction proper will not be the natural option in this point, okay. Now, the question is, what happens in languages where syntactic possession is employed for focus purposes, such as most Romance languages, for example, Spanish. So in these slides, we find the relevant examples for locative alternation and dative alternation. In 35, we have the verb limpiar, so wipe, okay. Helen limpió con un trapo las huellas del cristal. And in B, Helen limpió con un trapo el cristal de huellas. Now in 36, you have also the alternate with the verb cargar, load, okay. Juan cargó leña en el carro. John loaded wood onto the cars. And Juan cargó el carro con leña. John loaded the car with wood. Now, let's see what happens if we pay attention to the information structure of the relevant construction. So in 37, in the question, we have information about the wood, la leña, okay? And as you may see for the answer, there is a clear preference for A. So Juan cargó la leña en el coche versus Juan cargó el coche con la leña, okay? In 38, from the question, we have information about the car, el coche. And now the preference is inverted. So B will be preferred over A. And for the question, what's happened? What we find is that both constructions will be fine. I mean, both of them will be natural, okay? So accordingly, the two patterns in 39 are part of the core properties of Spanish lexical semantics, and as such, they should be proposed to have different or separate lexical entries. So this will support the non-derivational approach that I mentioned before. Now, let's go into the locative alternation, where you may see in 40 that for an open question such as what happened, we may have either of the two possibilities in B. Okay, so Juana cosió los lazos en el disfraz. So Juana sewed the bows on the costume, or Juana cosió el disfraz con los lazos. Juana sewed the costume with the bows. So both of them will be equally natural. So this will suggest a non-derivational approach, and this will support the polysemous analysis. Okay. Okay, now let's go into the dative alternation, right? And inside, or for dative alternation, we may find two different approaches for the alternation in both Spanish and Portuguese. First, we find people such as De Monte, Cuervo, and Blin, who claim that we have a double object construction in the two languages. And for Spanish, they claim that this is the situation when the double, when there is a clitic doubling, as you may see in 43A, le entregué las llaves al conserje, so I gave the keys to the janitor, okay? Whereas we have a different construction in B, entregué las llaves al conserje. They claim, as De Monte claims, that we have different properties, okay, that we may derive from the two types of construction, okay? So the two alternates will have different lexical entries, and hence a non-derivational approach will be more suitable. Now, the second approach is that the two variants in the alternation are derivationally connected, and this is where word order is so, or is extremely important, as you may see in 44. So, le entregué las llaves al conserje, le entregué al conserje las llaves. Word order rearrangement is replicated in Brazilian Portuguese as well, as you may see in 45. So let's see what happens if we pay attention to information structure in dative alternations in Spanish and Portuguese. Now in 46, for Spanish, you may see that for a question such as who did you give the keys, the most natural answer will be A, le entregué las llaves al conserje. Now, if we have instead a question such as what did you give to the janitor, as in 47, now the situation is different, and B will be selected as the most natural. So, le entregué al conserje las llaves. So, putting las llaves, the keys, in focus passation. Now, in Brazilian Portuguese, as you may see in 48 and 49, we have exactly the very same situation as in Spanish, right? And now, let's move into broad focus. So in 50, for the question, what happens, okay, we detect a difference in the dative alternation. So as you may see, le concedieron el premio a Cela is natural, but le concedieron a Cela el premio Nobel is not, okay? Also in 51, we find with the verb show, enseñar, okay, exactly the same situation. So it seems that the word order, first the direct subjects and then the indirect subjects in Spanish is the most natural word order for an all focus sentence. Okay, so concluding so far, okay, from or for the romance, either romance, sorry, dative alternation, as far as all focus sentences or broad focus are indicative of the canonical pattern in a given language, only the word order direct subject and dative is attested as basic in Spanish and Portuguese. This is confirmed when we take narrow focus sentences into account, okay, where they show some preference for one member of the alternation. Now, I have this parallelism with the pattern SVO-A and also with small clauses, because in the two types of constructions, we obtain exactly the same conclusion, as you may see. In 52, for example, I put the milk in the fridge. We may have either puse la leche en la nevera, puse en la nevera la leche. Both of them will be fine. But then if we talk about broad focus, as you may see in 53, only A will be, or both of them will be grammatical, okay, but A will be much more natural in a broad focus context, okay? With narrow focus, we have a different story. As you may see in 54, for the question, where did you put the milk? The answer must be something like puse la leche en la nevera instead of puse en la nevera la leche. And the same happens with 55. We have replicated, the same behavior in other languages. So in Germanic languages in general, and also in French, we can find that there is no reordering of the direct subjects and the adverbial. But then in Brazilian Portuguese and European Portuguese and in Greek, for example, we find that the behavior is precisely that of Spanish, okay? So the conclusion would be that we have two types of alternations in Spanish. On the one hand, the verb alternations of the low type. For this, we are going to propose two separate lexical entries, two different syntactic variations, and both patterns have been shown to be accepted as all focus sentences. On the other hand, we find verb alternations of the give type. For them, I will propose one single lexical entry, but two different information structure-based derivations. So from a discourse point of view, there will be these kind of rearrangements of word order, okay? Although the word order DO and PP dative will be the canonical pattern in all focus sentences. Okay, let's go into some evidence in favor of this, of the existence of the two groups. And the evidence, as I mentioned at the beginning, is based on scope freezing, okay? So since May in the 70s, in the last century, quantifier scope ambiguities have been used as a basis for structural distinctions, and precisely in those situations where we find two quantifiers, one universal quantifier and one existential quantifier. So ambiguity arises from the presence of two or more quantifiers, as you may see in 60. Some men danced with every woman, where we have two different interpretations. There is at least one man among the men in a given domain, okay, who danced with every woman, again in a given domain, or for every woman in this domain, there is at least one possibly different man among the men in the given domain who danced with her, okay? Okay. Now, in 61, okay, we have exactly the same situation. So some man loves every woman may have two different interpretations depending on the on whether we have scope of the universal quantifiers taking scope of the over the existential quantifier, or the other way around. In Spanish, we also find this situation. So 62, un gato persigue a cada ratón, may have the two interpretations. So a single cat chases every mouse, or a different cat chases each mouse. Now, let's see what happens with ditransitives. And for the transitives, Antoniuk, based on Aung and Lee, proposes the scope freezing generalization as described in this box. So scope freezing results when one quantifier phrase races over another to a sequential passation within the VP as a result of a single instance of movement. And this has been applied for Brazilian Portuguese by Cepeda and Cirino. They say that when the situation where we apply this diagnostics is this: when direct subject contains an existential quantifier, the indirect subject contains a universal quantifier, and the word order is first the direct subjects and then the indirect subjects, the sentence is scopally ambiguous. It has both a surface and an inverse scope reading. On the other hand, if the direct or when the direct subject contains a universal quantifier, the indirect object contains an existential quantifier, and the word order is this time the indirect subject first and then the direct subject. The scope in the sentence is frozen, so no inverse scope reading is allowed. So for transitives, for ditransitives in English, Larson proposed this as an argument in favor of his derivational approach to verb alternations, as you may see in 62 for the verb teach. So John taught every language to two persons, where we find the two interpretations, okay? And in B, John taught two persons every language, where only one interpretation is available because the other one seems to have been frozen, okay?
You have 10 minutes for the 45 minutes.
Okay, thank you very much. Now, so scope freezing, as I said before, is evidence for the derivational view of data shift in English. You have the sequences in that little blue box, okay? This also has been shown to be the case for Russian ditransitives by Svetlana Antoniuk, okay? For the English examples in 63, the teacher gave a book to every student. We have the two interpretations, as you may see, but then the teacher gave a students every book. We have only just one interpretation, okay? Now the same occurs in Brazilian Portuguese for Cepeda and Cirino, as you may see in 64. And now let's go into Spanish, okay? So for Spanish, for dative alternation, we find this situation in 65. So Marisa le dio un regalo a cada alumno. Marisa gave a present to every student. We have scope ambiguity. But then when we have the other word order, so Marisa le dio a un alumno cada regalo, there is just one reading, okay? So the interpretations, very quickly, is like this in 65B, okay? Yeah, only that students got all the presents, okay? And the other reading is not available. So this will show that for dative shift in Spanish, we have a derived word order and supports the derivational approach, okay? Now, in the next example, we find the very same situation, but with a different verb. This is just for confirmation. So in 66A, la policía pidió algún documento a cada pasajero. We find the two interpretations. So the same type of documents was requested for from every passenger, and also for every passenger there is a different document that they are asked to show. Both of them will be available, but then in B we have just one interpretation. Okay, so the conclusion will be that the derivational approach will be suitable for dative shift in Spanish. Okay, and now let's go into low passive alternation, where we find a different situation. Okay, in 67, the examples in 67, María roció algún perfume en cada camisa, and then María roció alguna camisa con cada perfume. As you may see, the two interpretations, okay, will be possible. Okay, so the hypothesis might be that if these verbs involve two different lexical entries, there should be no scope freezing, and the two readings should be available in both sentences. Okay. Sorry. Right. So, as you may see from the examples, the most suitable analysis will be the non-derivational approach for those low passive alternations in Spanish. Okay. Now you have the same situation in other examples. Okay. So what I propose for locative inversion locative alternation in Spanish is that they have two different lexical entries with two different computations. Now, the following is just to show that we have some sort of heterogeneous nature of ditransitives. Okay. So Antoniuk shows that at least in Russian, we have three different groups of ditransitives in Russia, depending on whether we have scope, okay, of the direct subject over the indirect subject, or the other way around, or both of them. Okay. For example, for group 3, where we have no scope freezing, so the two relations will be possible, we find the English verb blame, as you may see in 68. So John blamed God for his troubles, and John blames his troubles on God. Okay, so no scope freezing is observed, as you may see in the following examples in 69. So John blames some employee for every mistake, and John blames some mistake on every employee. Now the point is whether we have the very same thing in Spanish, and this is what we get for Spanish. Juan cargó una caja en cada camión, where we have one box on every track, and we observe the two types of scope, so no scope freezing. And also in B, Juan cargó un camión con cada caja, where the two scope relations are possible. Okay, so it seems that the verb load, cargar in Spanish, behaves as blame in English, and no scope freezing is possible. The conclusion, well, you have different examples there with the verb smother in Spanish, okay, so untar, but the conclusion is exactly the same. They behave as the verb blame in English because they do not show scope freezing, and given that they do not show scope freezing, the conclusion should be that they display two different computations, okay, and we will propose two different lexical entries for this type of verbs. Okay. Finally, I will give some tentative analysis, formal analysis of the two constructions that we have been discussing: the dative falsenation and locative falsenation. So for Spanish, I will propose a derivational approach to dative alternation and also to the pattern SVOA based precisely on information structure partition. Okay, so the very same argument structure configuration will be observed, and the pattern, the basic pattern, will be first the determinate phrase, the direct subjects, and then the prepositional phrase. Okay. On the other hand, for locusive alternation, I propose a non-derivational approach. Of course, information structure may influence, but not forcefully. So we will see a different argument structure configuration and then two different basic patterns. Okay. Right. Very quickly, I will just show the analysis proposed for dative shift in Spanish, okay, based on the possibility that the discourse feature or some discourse features are inherited from little v to big verb, okay. Now, when you have something like Juan le dio el regalo a María, Juan gave a present to Mary, okay. What I say is that el regalo must have some sort of topic reading, okay, and this means that the topic feature for this determinate phrase is values against the one in the verb, okay, as you may see here. Then, for the other possibility, Juan le dio a María el regalo. This time it is a María, okay, the one occupying the topic position in the verb phrase. Now, when you have an all focus sentence, remember that the word order is Juan le dio el regalo a María. You may see that there is no information structure related features, no edge feature, which might trigger some sort of movement. So the all focus interpretation will be obtained after syntax, okay? Now, for locusive alternation, what we are going to find is this for all focus ordering, okay? So for something like María untó mermelada en la tostada, Mary smothered marmalade on the toast, okay? You have a functional phrase, okay? The complement and the specifier of the functional phrase will be the positions where the two arguments, the post-verbal two arguments occupy, okay? And as you may see, the positions inside the functional phrase will be different for the toast and marmalade in the second option, okay? So in all focus sentences, you may see that the two patterns will be possible, and this will mean that we have two different computations. So conclusions very quickly. In Spanish, we find at least two types of ditransitives. On the one hand, alternations, which involve a derivational relation between the two alternates, and on the other hand, alternations which require no relation between the two alternates. We have seen that information structure plays a crucial role in understanding some types of alternations, especially dative shift in Spanish, since the delta or discourse feature may work in conjunction with an edge feature, and this will trigger movements of the topic. As far as linguistic theory is concerned, I think that all focus sentences may be used as diagnostic, for tearing apart the two groups of alternating verbs. And finally, scope freezing has been used as a confirmation of the different behavior of the two groups. And this is all. Thank you very much. Obrigado.
Thank you, Angel. We still have some time for questions, not much, but we still have time. Thank you for the nice talk. So questions? Oh, Andres, sorry.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Obrigado, Roberta. Gracias, Ángel. Gusto verte. I think that claiming that Spanish has inverse scope in subject sentences is kind of controversial. For normal indefinite, I don't have any scope inverse reading. Un chico habló con cada papá. No. I don't know if there is a dialectal variation, but I don't think so. Then for the cases in which you have the, the locative and the dative alternation, I don't see any contrast in the second case. So when you have the, I don't have the ambiguity with the locative. I mean, the ambiguity with the locative in alternation. So in the case of Juan untó una mermelada con, ¿cómo era? Juan untó una, yeah.
This.
One. Yeah, but there is a previous one, like rociar, with rociar. Yeah, this one. No, I don't have any. Have you? I mean, have you tested this with some grammatical judgment experiment or something? Because for me it's clear that it's not. In some cases you use algunas, and in other cases you use un.
Yeah.
That makes an important difference, right? So, but for me there is no. I don't have the contrast in between locative alternation and dative alternation with respect to scope freezing.
Yeah.
So that's just a data comment.
Okay, so yeah, well, there are several points to mention here. First, there might be some sort of micro variation points, okay, because at least in my Spanish, I can detect the difference between the two types of interpretation here with the verb spray, okay? So in my Spanish, I can see the two interpretations here, but maybe, and this is the second part of my answer, something that you mentioned before, Andres, maybe we should carry out some sort of experimental work with the judgments of native speakers, okay, of Spanish, of different varieties of Spanish to see whether this is actually true or not, because I didn't mention it, but I was just using my introspective judgments here. Maybe it is not the case that in all varieties of Spanish we have these different interpretations. So yeah, this is something, I mean, as I mentioned, the formal analysis were just, I mean, tentative, okay? I have to go more deeply into the different theoretical possibilities there. And also, I think that I should go more deeply as well to the experimental side of the story. So maybe I should go through, I don't know, some experiments and going through statistics to show whether it is true that we have those two interpretations.
And maybe to control before the inverse scope reading available possibility in Spanish, because I insist that, for instance, with preverbal subjects, which are topics in general in Spanish and maybe in many Romance languages, it's really hard to get the inverse scope reading. Maybe Brazilian Portuguese, because it's a spec-typy language, but Spanish is not a spec-typy language, so it's really difficult to get that reading. Or maybe you should try with other quantifiers or other numerals, because in
that's right. Yeah. The problem is that when I first approached to this sort of scope freezing fast, it was always about English, and you know that the quantifiers in English work a bit differently from Romance quantifiers sometimes, because, for example, when you have a shirt, okay, una camisa may have in principle two different interpretations depending on the meaning of the determiner a or una. Okay, it might be just one, the numerical quantifier, or just the indefinite determiner. So all this complicates the story, okay? And then I found examples with, in English, okay, with some. And some might be a bit similar to Spanish algún, alguna. So this is why in my examples, I have used some or algún, alguna instead of the determiner a. Okay, but I have to, yeah, work more on that. Definitely.
Ángel, gracias.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Then we have Cilene and Jairo, but first Cilene.
Yeah.
Hi, Angel. Thank you. It was a very nice talk. Really, thank you.
Mhm.
I totally agree with this, that the data on the quantifier interpretation is really shaky. I mean, I can get it in Brazilian Portuguese, and I do have, even if, you know, I have this true type of alternation, dative alternation, João deu o Pedro o livro. And even if I have this type of alternation, I don't know if I really get the interpretations you want me to get. Maybe you can do an experiment using picture matching. So you give a set of pictures to a person, emphasizing one reading or the other, and the person have to tell you which sentence matches better that picture. I gotta tell you that the focus data you present are really strong. That is really like, it matches my intuition really well. But the quantifier interpretation, I do not.
Yeah,
really, yeah, maybe, you know, picture matching. But I wanna, what about constituent, given the analysis you were proposing, I was thinking about movement of constituents. So I think you can say la tostada con marmelada Juan untó, right?
Say again?
La tostada, sorry for my Spanish, la tostada con marmelada Juan untó. Can you say that?
Yes, yes, you can.
So yeah, so that is actually an argument for the type of structure you're proposing, because you have this projection FP that you move as a whole.
Yeah.
So maybe you should try to, with all the other structures you were proposing, to make sure that you don't have a constituent there when you're not proposing a constituent.
Yeah. Well, yeah, definitely. But the point is that, well, we have the two different types of peripheries in the sentence. So I didn't pay attention to the high periphery of the sentence, to the complementizer phrase, okay? Because in the examples you have given me, most probably la tostada, the toast and marmalade or whatever, have moved to the complementizer phrase area, okay? But then in the examples I am giving in the talk, I use the low periphery, okay? What Belletti called the low periphery. So this is why I wanted to preserve the two arguments inside the verb phrase, okay? Because if you move them outside the verb phrase, then yeah, of course, we know that it is because of the information structure interpretation, that's for sure, but it is not, I don't know, methodologically speaking, it is not what I tried to reach.
Sure, but if you propose that these things are together for some informational reason, if they are together within the VP, the lower phase, it should be able to move to the higher phase as a constituent.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Cilene. So now, Jairo.
Thank you for the very nice talk, Angel. Just a quick question. I was wondering if you have any thoughts when you have verbs like give used as a light verb or in a phrasal verb. So comparing Brazilian Portuguese and English, when you say in English, John gave Mary a kiss, and in Brazilian Portuguese, you're going to say John gave a kiss in Mary, na Maria, with the preposition em. Now, the interesting thing is that if you ask the question what happened, that's going to be the answer in this order. And so the question is, I don't know if you can ask this question in English. What did John give Mary? And the answer is no. Did John give a kiss? I'm not sure if this is okay in English as a question, but the question is, could you answer John gave Mary a kiss? Because now you have a kind of clash between the structure and the information structure. In Brazilian Portuguese, you cannot ask the question regarding you cannot say what, o que O João deu na Maria. What did John give? That's bad. You cannot answer a kiss. You can say to, in who did John give a kiss? So it seems that English and Brazilian Portuguese are going the opposite way. And it seems that now, given that the structures seem to be fixed, so you have a clash with information structure depending on the kind of question you're going to ask.
Mm-hmm. Okay, yeah. The type of verb that you are talking about is very interesting because they are sort of providers of meaning. I mean, they are just like give a kiss correspond to kissing, okay, to the true lexical verb kiss. So I avoided that type of verbs on purpose because I have no clear picture of what is going on there yet. I mean, I have to give it some time and thought, okay, because I don't know. In principle, in Spanish, you have, with the case of give a kiss, okay, dar un beso, the information structure is very similar to the ones we are talking about when we have give a present to Mary. So yeah, so you have the same type of rearrangement. So Juan dio un beso a María, Juan dio a María un beso. So depending on the information structure again, so we end up in the same kind of situation. But then this is just, I mean, a very informal answer because I haven't tried to think harder.
Yeah, I was suspecting that Spanish should be like the way you describe it. So, but interesting, like in Brazilian Portuguese, you don't have dative preposition, you have the locative preposition, and this may make a difference.
Yeah, but the thing is whether Brazilian Portuguese behaves like that for the rest of those type of eventive objects. You know, instead of give a kiss, in other instances, you obtain the same thing with a locative preposition, or I don't know. You see what I mean?
Yeah, it seems that for this case, it's a kind of inherent case, and then it's may complicate movement of the relevant element. That's why may get a frozen position, and then you can it's going to create some incompatibility with information structure. That's my guess.
Okay, yeah.
So, but that's we have the three parts: Brazilian Portuguese, Spanish, and English to compare.
Yeah, definitely. That's very interesting. Yep.
Okay, we still have one question that has to be the last one, and very quickly. So it's Mara.
Yes. Yeah. Can you can you see me? Okay.
Yes, see.
Okay. Just very quickly, because well, we are out of time, but a very simple and I mean possibly yeah, I don't know what answer. I mean, of course, Angel, it was really an interesting talk, and you have thought about that. I mean, to posit different lexical entries confronting with cross-linguistic variation can be maybe a problem from also an acquisitional point of view, from UG point of view. And I think, is it not easier to think about difference in derivational approaches? That is to say, when I have used this kind of tests, quantifiers and so on, to distinguish focus and topic, for instance, I was there just proposing that the difference could be a difference in terms of A or a bar movement. So instead of positing a functional projection within the VP, in some languages and some other not, because we have seen that there is variation. So it means that the same meaning for some verbs are split into lexical entries in one language and 2 lexical entries in the other language. Can it not be the case instead that it is just that you have a movement to an A or an A bar position, and as we know, the movement, I mean, in very old terms, to an A bar position is reconstructed. So that's why you don't have differences in interpretation, and you get, the same result at the end, not positing 2 lexical entries, but 2 different types of movement. And this is simply my question. Thanks.
Okay. Yeah, that's one possibility. You know that I have been working with that as well. So it depends on whether we have an A position or an A bar position. The interpretations might be different, for example, for binding. Okay. I checked with this possibility of having the distinction between A and A bar movements, but then if you see the analysis that I proposed, okay, I just in the all focus option there is no movements at all, okay, and then in the other 2 possibilities where you have a topic element moving inside the verb phrase, okay, the topic moves to an A position. So in principle, we should have a new configuration which might give us, okay, a new relationship in terms of scope. But then I have to check it up more deeply because I have my doubts about that. In principle, I prefer to think that we have 2 different lexical entries, and then I think it is less complicated, but definitely that's another possibility.
Anyway, well, it was really interesting. Really, thank you.
Yeah,
thank you, because we are out of time. So thank you, Angel.
Thank you very much to all of you.
Thank you. And now,
right, so thank you all for your questions. And our next invited speaker is Professor Jairo Nunes from University of São Paulo. Professor Nunes' PhD dissertation on sideward movement is an astonishing piece of work, and it really contributed to the development of the minimalist program. Another great contribution of Jairo is his work on chain linearization and deletion of copies. But he also has important work on the grammar of Portuguese. And lately, he has devoted his time to understand what's going on with functional categories in Brazilian Portuguese. I'm sure he will talk more about it today. And so, Jairo, axé, você, as they say in Bahia, axé. And we're very pleased to have you here. Thank you.
Thank you very, very much for the invitation. It's very nice to be here, surrounded, although not physically, but surrounded by friends and colleagues that I respect very much. So it's really very nice to be part of this cozy meeting. Let me see, how am I going to do here? So point to one and share. Let's see if it works. Okay. Okay, can you guys see it? Okay.
Yes.
So what I'm going to do is just to kind of make a review of much of many of the observations that were made since the 80s, both in sociolinguistic studies in Brazil and generative work, and based on the comparison between Brazilian Portuguese and European Portuguese.
So just a minute, we don't have the full screen. We see it with the, I don't know if you...
So I'm seeing the full screen here, so let me see. What about this? Does it get better?
Not really, but it...
Jairo, no topo do seu PowerPoint tem esse negócio de você projetar aqui, ó, bem embaixo, no topo, não embaixo.
Embaixo.
Yes, go down.
You are sharing
Graças a-
screen, no?
Yes, you are, but you have to go to your PowerPoint presentation and click on this little thing. You see the scale where you make it bigger in the lower part of our PowerPoint?
Lower part of our PowerPoint, yes.
Then there is this little tiny little thing that looks like uma tacinha. Click on it.
Okay, I did. I see the full screen. So,
We did not.
okay, so let's, what should we do?
Should work. No, it should work.
It's on your left of what. Tá na sua esquerda daquele que você apertou. I don't know, that's in Portuguese.
Não, é naquele apertou, é na
That's
tacinha.
reading.
Mas eu acho
Sim.
que, pessoal, eu acho que ele compartilhou uma janela e não a tela inteira, por isso que não está aparecendo a tela inteira.
Ai, sim.
Eu
Ok.
vou
Okay,
interromper.
so
Desculpa,
Você-
professora, vou interromper aqui o seu compartilhamento.
Por favor. Estou fazendo como no Zoom, no Meet.
É, sim.
E aí tá. Então começa de novo.
Pronto, agora deixa eu ver se vai. Pronto. Eu vou... Agora sim. Pode compartilhar novamente, por favor.
Okay.
Desculpa interromper.
And okay.
Yeah.
Does it work?
Não, aperta na tacinha.
I did.
Você está indo em compartilhar tela, escolhendo o seu doc?
Sim, agora eu já apertei a tacinha e saí, então eu vou voltar.
Sai, descompartilha a tela, vai em compartilhar tela, escolhe o seu PowerPoint que você quer apresentar.
Stop share, okay, stop. And so, share screen,
Não, vai em... Yes, share screen,
okay.
choose the PowerPoint.
That's what I keep doing, okay. So should I open, it sees the, okay, let me try something else.
See here something getting
Going to close, okay, so let's try to do it different. Okay, how does it look like now?
Looks like you're sharing your screen with us, but your files are open,
not the PowerPoint.
not the PowerPoint. You can click on this Romance language PowerPoint and see if it opens well.
No, it did open in my screen, that's why.
Oh,
Mm.
but not for us.
Yeah, let me try with PDF. So I made a copy here with PDF. Let's see. Stop share. Okay. Now, share again. Now. What about now?
Não, Jairo, você tem de descompartilhar a tela que você estava compartilhando antes. Então, descompartilhe tudo primeiro.
Apertar o stop share.
Isso. Pronto. Agora voltou
Pronto.
ao normal. Agora você faz de novo o processo.
You have to share full screen, Jairo. Full screen.
Okay, let's try. Just 1 second. Okay, here I click, and then I click share.
Full screen.
But it doesn't, I don't see the full.
So
I think that is okay. We
yeah,
can-
this is okay. I'm
Yeah,
sorry
we
to.
go like this. Yeah, sure.
No, but I just need to know what you're seeing, because otherwise I
Now
know.
you see
we
your
are
first.
seeing
the
the
first slide.
PowerPoint. The
We see
slide.
we see the PowerPoint and also all the slides in the left.
Okay. Okay, so if I
Mhm.
What about now?
The same.
Then, Jairo,
So-
But China is okay. We can see it. I mean, it's,
Yeah, we can read it. It's
Okay.
good like this.
Okay, sorry. Okay, so but what I was saying that I don't mean here to present detailed analysis of the specific constructions that I'm going to discuss. So what I will try to do is to provide the general picture for why Brazilian Portuguese is very different from European Portuguese in particular and Romance in general. So although we are going to see some properties that Brazilian Portuguese are going to share with some other Romance languages, as a whole, it seems to be a very particular language, very exotic language, and then we're going to see why, or at least I try to suggest a reason why this may be so. So I will present a set of syntactic properties that distinguish Brazilian Portuguese within Romance, and then I will try to argue that this apparently independent phenomena follow from phase defectivity in the grammar. And then at the end is more a speculation. I will try to suggest a rationale for why Brazilian Portuguese came to make a pervasive use of defective phases. So the first property is that Brazilian Portuguese lost third-person accusative clitics, at least in colloquial speech. So you can have a first-person clitic like Maria saw me yesterday, saw you, but not him or her. Brazilian Portuguese, with the loss of third-person clitics, the environment for new objects expanded so that Brazilian Portuguese came to allow new object constructions within islands, something that is not possible in European Portuguese, which suggests that you don't have a trace of a new operator as in European Portuguese, but you presumably have a small pro. However, you have restrictions on this small pro. It basically have animacy restrictions. So you can compare 3A and 3B with the only relevant difference here is that we're talking about an animate or inanimate antecedent for the new object. And then if you say this book disappointed the people who tried to read it, this is perfect. But if you say this actress disappointed the people who tried to greet her, so this is bad. So you have animus restrictions on the new objects. And one point that I'm not going to discuss here is that even when people use third-person clitics, accusative clitics in formal register or written language, these elements do not, these clitics do not occupy the same place as the other clitics. So, for example, in 4A, you get something like João tinha me visto with the first person clitic preceding the main verb. But if you have a third person accusative clitic, you have to have clitic lining. It must precede the auxiliary. And if you have a finite infinitival verb, as in 4B, with a first or second person clitic, you must have proclisis, but with a third person clitic, you have enclisis. And this is in the formal registers and so on. I have little to say about this, but I'm just going to connect to the whole picture later on. Another thing is that Brazilian Portuguese lost third person possessive. So in fact, the word for seu or sua was reinterpreted as second person. So, o João lavou o seu carro means in Brazilian Portuguese, João washed your car, not his or her. So this use of seu as a third person possessive was lost. Brazilian Portuguese, with this loss, apparently the new possessives came to become restricted. So Brazilian Portuguese allows sentences like 6A, like European Portuguese, for example. Pedro called to the brother, called the brother, meaning called his brother. However, differently from European Portuguese, we have very tight restrictions on this no possessive. So for example, even if you bias the reading, so for example, if you say Peter's doctor talked to the brother, it's more pragmatically salient that the doctor called Peter's brother. However, this is not possible in Brazilian Portuguese because the antecedent for the no possessive must be in a circumending position, and this is not the case in 6b. Similar, you have locality restrictions. So if you say the suspect says the detective interrogated the friends, well, if we know about suspect and detectives, the most pragmatic salient reading should be that the detective interrogated the suspect's friends, but here have this anomalous reading where detective interrogated his own friends. So we have a very series of restrictions on the interpretation of no possessives in Brazilian Portuguese. Also, Brazilian Portuguese lost external possession constructions in the sense of renewing Zarreta. So you cannot say something like Pedro fixed the car to João, meaning John fixed John's car. This was found in the literature until the 19th century, and then it died out. Also, we lost third-person dative clitics. So you can say Maria gave me or gave you a present, but not gave him. You cannot use ye with the third-person accusative dative clitic. This is also lost. Another change that happened in the language is that directional verbs came to use the locative preposition em. So in European Portuguese, you're going to say in 9a, o João foi ao mercado, you can use the preposition a, and then, but Brazilian Portuguese changed this to em. So Maria já chegou em casa with the verb arrive, and even with a verb like 9d, Maria took the son to the movies. In Brazilian Portuguese, you say no cinema with the preposition em. Another point, the property that you're going to find in Brazilian Portuguese is what Taralo coined chopping relatives, PP relatives where the preposition is not present. So in 10a, for example, the verbs talk, conversar, and competir, compete, require the preposition com. However, if you have a relative clause, the student that I talked traveled, the student that I competed yesterday traveled. So these are fine in Brazilian Portuguese. The same with the verb to give. I can say the friend that I gave a present without the preposition helped me a lot. In 10c, the verb trust must have the preposition em. I trust in that candidate. But if you have a relative clause, you're going to say the candidate that I trust deceived me, disappointed me. So these are, you have a pervasive use of chopping relatives. So in fact, these are, let's say, this is the most common way. You have to, one of the jobs of a Portuguese teacher in Brazil is exactly to insert prepositions in relative clauses because the students have no idea that you should put a preposition there. Also, you find a general loss of reflexive clitics. So sometimes you have difference in classes and also geographical differences. So with verbs remember and hurt, they're widespread in Brazil. And now with verbs like repent and hurt, you have geographical differences. So in the dialects of Minas Gerais, for example, these are more common than in other dialects. But in general, you have either a loss of or optionality of reflexive clitics. You also lost the passive se constructions. So constructions like comeram-se os bolos, where you have clear agreement with a verb, and this got lost basically in the 19th century, regardless of the order. So this is again one of the points where the pedagogical grammars must hammer that you should have agreement and so on, because people have no idea that you should have agreement there. Also, we have this in middle constructions, the middle C drops very easily. I'm just pointing out properties. Sometimes you have to look at this in more detail. There are some small differences and so on, but I'm just trying to lay out the general picture. Another one that relates a little bit to what Angela was saying is that Brazilian Portuguese has expanded the transitive intransitive alternation. Basically, you're going to find verbs that are not usually intransitive or unaccusative in other languages. So there seems to be a general process of detransitivization of transitive verbs. So here I'm giving some examples. So the magazine is Xeroxing, the house not sold, the bridge built quickly, and the truck loaded, already loaded. So the class is larger here, and I'm not going to discuss specific classes here, but as a whole, you seem to have more possibilities to have this transitive intransitive alternation in Brazilian Portuguese. And I'm not putting the data here for sake of time, but all of the sentences here are bad in European Portuguese, for example. And also we have what the literature in Brazilian Portuguese has called topic-subject constructions. These are constructions that seem to be related to impersonal constructions. So you have in 15a something like a fit third person singular, many things, many things that's morphologically singular in these drawers, but you can also move these drawers to the subject position in trigger agreement, and you say many things can fit in these drawers, is just draw fit many things, and then you have the agreement with the moved locative. Also in 15b, we have something like hits much sun on these walls, plural, and you can also move this locative and trigger trigger agreement there. So this walls hit, plural, much sun. Also, you have bare singulars in Brazilian Portuguese with countable nouns, something that, for example, Roberta has worked on, so João nunca compra livro usado. We also have variation within DPs, so you can say standard DP, you're going to have plural agreement all over. So those cars, yellow, plural, dented, plural, but in colloquial speech, you're going to say those, and then you have just plural marking on the determiner, and the noun, all the remaining elements may appear bare in a bare form, just with gender, but not number. Also, we have new subjects behave differently. So first, you have different degrees of acceptability. So if you have something like, who should we hire? And I'm always giving examples with interrogative clauses here to control for instances of topic drop. So when you compare sentence with the first person plural subject nós, we are okay, quem devíamos contratar, there's an issue of this a little bit more formal when you use this pronoun, but these are basically fine. But when you have first person singular, clearly you can see we have agreement there, and that's an unambiguous agreement. It only identifies the subject as the first person singular, but the sentence is marginal. When you ask speakers with about the sentence like this, o que tem a ver com isso, say, is this okay? The speaker is going to say yes, and they say, well, can you repeat it? Invariably, the person repeats the sentence with a pronoun, an overt pronoun occupying the subject position. And finally, when you get to sentences like with a second person, third person, or the pronoun agente, which is first person plural, the sentence is clearly bad. So when you say, when should travel, this cannot mean you, he, or we here. So you have different degrees of unacceptability, and you have restrictions on new subjects, something that Cilene has worked a lot too. Here in 19A, o João disse que a Maria acha que está grávida. John said that Mary thinks she is pregnant. We have a new subject in the embedded clause. And now when you shift things around, like in 19B, Maria's father, she thinks that is pregnant. Of course, we're talking about Maria, but the sentence is bad in Brazilian Portuguese. So we have the funny sentence that the interpretation that the father is somehow pregnant. Similarly, so we have a command effect. Similarly, in 19C, you have intervention effect. So in Maria said that João thinks that is pregnant, you have a command and antecedent, however, have an intervention of João there, and the sentence is bad. And finally, just showing that, for example, the agreement plays some role, but it's not the whole thing. Because if I have an island as the new subject within an island, the sentence is going to be bad. Like in I found the book that lost, I have to have a new subject there. And finally, we have reached 20 properties already, so you're getting tired. So in Brazilian Portuguese, you get these hyperraising constructions when you get raising type of constructions. But you have agreement both on the matrix domain and the embedded domain. So that's what you have here. The boys seem plural, that they are like in the new school. And you can also have with inflected infinitivals, these teachers are difficult of praising plural someone. And then here I'm just putting one example to show that, well, this is really movement. So I use in a idiom chunk undergoing a movement just to show that this movement is to an A position, the subject position. So as you can see, I talked about very quickly about 20 properties. And of course, there have been very careful studies about each of these properties. I'm not going to review them here, but the question is this an accident that Brazilian Portuguese has all these properties? And my proposal, at least what I'm trying to set up as an agenda for me until my retirement, is that all these properties follow from general availability of defective phases in Brazilian Portuguese. So what I'll try to do is just, I'm not going to discuss each of these particular cases, but I'm going to discuss some interactions that you're going to find among these constructions and the reason why it may be that you're talking about defective phases there. Well, the first work, and I should mention that this starts with some work that Marcelo Ferreira did in terms of defective phases, but also is based on work that I have done with Ana Maria Martins on new subjects in Brazilian Portuguese and European Portuguese, and more recently, some work on this topic subject constructions with Mary Cato. So let me start with the initial inspiration, in fact, and that was suggestion by Marcelo Ferreira, and it took me a while, at least, to see that, well, something similar that he had proposed for no subjects could perhaps be extended to other domains in the grammar of Brazilian Portuguese. So let's start with the defectivity at the CP phase. Well, you are not going to find any two people in any two linguists in Brazilian Portuguese who share the same view on how no subject should be analyzed. But one thing is a consensus, that Brazilian Portuguese is not the prototypical no subject language. And here I'm going to rely on Ferreira's specific proposal because it's going to relate to what I'm going to say later. So both Ferreira and Marcelo Ferreira and Cilene Rodrigues have proposed a movement analysis for new subjects in Brazilian Portuguese. And here I'm going to start with a specific technical implementation that was outlined by Ferreira. So what Ferreira has proposed, based on this general intuition that agreement is somehow weak in Brazilian Portuguese, I can talk about that later. And he said, well, finite T in Brazilian Portuguese is ambiguous. It may be phi complete or phi incomplete. So if in a sentence like John said that he bought a car as in 21A, we have a phi complete T, a T with a full set of phi features. So it assigns a case to the subject. However, if you have a phi incomplete T, this T will be unable to assign case, check case, valid case of the embedded subject. And once T is incomplete, the phase here is defective, and the complement of the phase will not be sent to spell out, will not be transferred. So this allows movement from the subject to the matrix domain, where it may get a position. It may get to a position where it may get its case licensed. A movement story, a movement analysis of Brazilian Portuguese is going to provide a very straightforward answer for the restriction that we have observed. So in 22A, Maria's father thinks that he's pregnant. The reason why this sentence is bad, because I'm moving to a non-commanding position. In 22B, Maria said that João thinks that he's pregnant. The sentence is going to be bad because even if this embedded subject, even if the most embedded clause is a phi incomplete, in other words, Maria can move. I have an intervening subject, o João, and this is going to induce a relativized minimality effect. And finally, if you have movement, if new subjects are, some of the relevant new subjects are derived by movement, we should expect ident effects, and that's what 22C shows. But this raises, and also something that Ferreira points out, if this is correct, we account for the fact that Brazilian Portuguese allows a hyperraising, the fact that, well, if the embedded clause has a phi incomplete T, the embedded subject can move, and you're going to have this, structures like 23A and 23B. Ferreira was basically concerned with finite clauses, but sentences like 23B had been previously noticed in the literature, and then you can see that they form a class together. So you have hyperraising, a movement out of a domain with agreement here. But there is one problem here, and I think Cilene was pointing this out in her work, that you have a kind of ambiguity here that is somewhat unsettling. Because when Ferreira pointed out that the finite in Brazilian Portuguese may be phi complete or incomplete, you ask, well, but how come the same finite form is associated with a complete or incomplete set? So because you have the verb comprar in 24A and 24B in the same form, comprou, but in one case, you have to analyze it as a phi complete because it's licensing a subject there, but in 24B, it's not. Well, as linguists, we find these cases somewhat often, but it's always a question of why is this the case? Why you have this ambiguity? Well, later on, I tried to make this suggestion by Ferreira more detailed. So what I propose that Brazilian Portuguese C is maybe associated with person and number or just number. There are two changes here, but these are very minor points regarding Ferreira's proposal. The first one is just I updated the proposal in terms of C, but this is going to have consequences for what I'm going to say later on regarding phase heads. Assuming that the five features, clausal five features are hosted by C, so C may be associated with person and number or just number. And that's what would correspond to Ferreira's phi complete and phi incomplete. And the idea is the following. Brazilian Portuguese verbal morphology became underspecified in a sense that basically you don't need person to account for most of the verbal agreement forms that you have there. So if you have the verb to dance, dançar, you may have danço, which you may describe as for the traditional description is first person singular, but you can just describe it as singular. And you have the word, the verb dança, which has been described as third person singular, but this may be just the bare form, the default form with no specification. And finally, you have dança, which is traditionally described as third person plural, but you may describe it just in terms of plural. When you look at these three forms, basically, you may get the same form with just number in person or just person, or just number. So that's the intuition that I was pursuing. And then you are going to say, well, but with the word nós, dançamos, you cannot have ambiguity there. You must refer to person if you're going to cut the pie in this way. This is true. You can only get agreement with a complete phi t, with a number in person in Brazilian Portuguese. However, nós is exactly the oddball in the game. It's the one that, in terms of licensing of no subject, it's the one that gives the best result in terms of acceptability. So in a sense, the person feature seems to be licensing the no subject. And that's the one that yields the worst results regarding hyperraising. So nós parecemos que elogiamos bastante os alunos, sounds really bad compared to the other cases of hyperraising that we discussed. And the reason if this is correct is the following. In order for you to obtain the form must, you must have person and number. But if you have person and number, you're going to freeze the structure, going to check case, and then you cannot have movement. If you just have number, the subject can move, but then you cannot get the form must here if the correspondent rules that I proposed were correct. So that's the general intuition regarding the phase defectivity and ambiguity there. So what I try to suggest is to extend something of this sort to the other domains. And so looking first at phase defectivity at the DP phase, we see that, well, we have some indication that DPs in Brazilian Portuguese may be defective. So first, as we saw, you have agreement variation in number within DP. We have bare singulars. In other words, you don't have plural necessarily coded, even when we may have a plural interpretation, and we have lost null possessives and so on. I will take these to be indications that defectives, DP phases in Brazil may be defective. And I'm not prepared to get into the details discussing exactly, it seems to be number, but I'm not going to discuss precisely what is the relevant functional projection of the extended projection of the DP that is going to be computed. So I'm going to call it DP, but it may be a possessive phrase, it may be some other phrases, number phrase within the extended projection of DP. But what I like to consider is the following. Suppose that we have, like we saw in Brazilian Portuguese, the DP phases in Brazilian Portuguese may be phi complete or incomplete. Okay, and now you're going to consider the structure in 30. And then suppose the DP2 is phi complete. And I'm going to assume that if it's phi complete, it may be assigned the structure genitive case within the within DP. So they're going to have first person and second person pronouns and so on. But the interesting case for us is suppose that the DP is phi incomplete. So DP2. So the idea is that the P1 cannot be assigned structure genitive case because it's incomplete. So one possibility here is you have a movement. So if you have a movement, the prediction is that all things being equal, null possessors and embedded null subjects in BP should pattern alike. And this is what you're going to find. So work by Floripe, by Rodrigues, work that I did too, show that null possessives in Brazilian Portuguese tend to pattern like null subjects. In other words, they require a antecedent in a second local position, which basically replicates the movement diagnostics. There is another possibility that suppose that the same situation, you don't have a structural case available within the B because we have the defective phase. And now another possibility available is inherent case. And in Brazilian Portuguese, you may have this with aclitic. So Maria held my hand. Literally, you have Maria, you have the clitic, and then held the hand. But you cannot have a third person aclitic because you saw that the third person dative got lost. So you get the other possibility, which is Maria segurou a mão dele dela. And here, given the inclusion of the preposition here in this frame, I'm going to analyze this as an inherent case marker. And this is going to be relevant for what you're going to see later on. So I'm going to go back to the DP phases in a second, but now what about the defectivity of VP phases? Well, you can see that we can see several different kinds of defectivity, and I'm not going to be able to discuss them in detail, but the loss of accusative clitics, the loss and the animacy restriction on new objects, the animacy restriction suggests some form of agreement. In other words, the effectivity of 5 features. The loss of external possession, loss of third person, dative clitics suggests that perhaps we lost some applicative phrases here. The structure got shrunk there. And the loss of reflexive, passive C, middle C also suggests a defectivity in terms of voice. Either we're losing some of these voice heads or they are becoming unspecified and so on. But what I'm going to get here is one difference between VP phases and DP phases, DP and CP phases. When you look at CP phases, well, if the CP is effective, the subject is going to move and is not going to find any intervener. The same thing with DP that we're discussing, the kind of movement that we had, we didn't have any intervening element there. However, if you have a defective V, as in 35, we shouldn't have a movement in this situation because you have an intervening agent, for example, in spec of VP. So how is Brazilian Portuguese going to solve this problem here of dealing with a VP with a defective phase hat? So the first
10 minutes to 45 minutes.
Okay. The first solution is brute force. Well, if DP2 is intervening, is inducing a minimalistic effect, you just drop this DP2. So in a sense, my take on this detransitivization of transitive verbs in Brazilian Portuguese is really that these V's are not obligatorily introducing external arguments. So that's why you're going to have the magazine is Xeroxing, the house has not sold yet, the bridge built is built already, the truck already loaded, and so on. So that would be the intuition that a dropping of DP2 allowed the DP1 to have its case value. And the other possibility is that, well, like we saw in DP, if movement somehow fails, we may resort to inherent case. And now, going back to the availability of chopping relatives in Brazilian Portuguese, so the pervasive use of chopping relatives in Brazilian Portuguese, I'm going to rely on something that I did with Maricato, and it suggests that when you have chopping relatives like in 37A prime and 37B prime, you actually have assignment of inherent case. So these propositions have become analyzed as inherent case. I'm not going to get into the distinction here between inherent case and lexical case. For us, it's going to be not going to be relevant in this regard here. But the point is that this is going to be a theta-related case licensed in situ. When the DP is phonetically realized, you get the proposition, as in the sentences in 37. But if you have a situation when the object does not get realized, you may have inherent case. So, for example, with respect to, I'm using here relative clauses, but in the original work by Maricato and the work that we did together, we show that, well, this may, again, you may find this P dropping effects with Bayes-generated material. I can say, that student I talked yesterday, and this is fine in Brazilian Portuguese. So the idea here is that you get inherent case. Now, once you resort to inherent case itself interacts with minimality. So in 38, you have the familiar paradigm in English where the experiencer in 38A C commands out of the matrix clause and induces a principal C effect, but it does not block movement. You can say, Mary seems to him to be nice. So geometry suggested that the experiencer received the inherent case, and 2 is a case mark in the case of English. And what I use this to suggest that once an element receives inherent case, it becomes invisible for purpose of relativized minimality. It doesn't block a movement. Now, given that you have inherent case being resorted to in the VP phase and in the DP phase, these two can interact, and you're going to have topic subject constructions. So in a sentence, in a personal sentence like 39A, cabe muita coisa nessas gavetas, we may interpret the impersonal construction with a verb assigned in inherent case, both the specifier and the complement. However, these are independent. You may assign to one and not the other. If you assign inherent case to the specifier, but not to the complement must move in order to get its case checked. And the fact that you have an intervening specifier there, an A specifier, is going to be irrelevant because the specifier is marked with inherent case. That's how you're going to get something like 39B. These drawers fit many things. The same thing with sentences like the watches broke the arm. So the idea is that you get something like 40B prime. The verb assigns inherent case to its complement. So the complement, the DP complement as a whole becomes invisible. So it can raise the possessor and you're going to get something like the watches broke the arm. And interesting now, once you get this multiple assignment of inherent case, you may have what I call extra long A movement. Oh, this is here you can get to. Okay. So you get something like diminish the size of the fan of the motor of these bolts. And you can move these bolts all the way to the matrix clause, and you can get something like these bolts diminish plural, the size of the hélice of the fan of the engine. Or you can say something like fit many things in the internal part of these car trunks. And the reason why I'm complicating this is to control for equidistance cases and so on. As you can see, in 41B, I'm moving from a possessor within the locative. And here, the sentence is, this car trunks fit plural, many things in the internal part of the lateral. So this is perfect in Brazilian Portuguese. So here we were seeing an interaction between inherent case being assigned by the matrix verb and the inherent case being assigned by within the DP phase. Here another example. And now you can get, once you have these constructions, you can get interaction among these defective phases. For example, you can say something like the apartments finished plural that not rented, meaning it turned out that the apartments were not rented, did not get rented. Crucially here, we get a lower VP defective, so we don't have a way to license case for the apartments there. So it moves to spec of TP, and if you happen to choose a defective C, the internal argument cannot have its case license, can continue moving, and you get something like that. The apartments finished that not rented. Similarly, with load type of verbs, so you can say that the trucks seem that already loaded, the same kind of interaction. You can also have the interaction between a defective DP with a defective CP, as in 51A, the watch is seen plural that broke plural the arm, and basically you have the same thing. You can move to a spec of the embedded subject because you didn't have a structural case marking there. But if the embedded subject is in a domain that is itself defective, so it can continue moving. Here, that more interactions. Now a DP defective plus a VP defective. So the trucks loaded the bed by half. So then you have argument, internal argument for the verb load, carregar, and you have a possessor structure here. If it does not assign inherent case, the possessor may raise, and you get sentences like 52a, the logs, the trucks loaded the bed by half. Okay, so quickly, so why do BP phases exhibit generalized effectivity? Well, I think my point to start is the following. Well, we have seen that Brazilian Portuguese show signs of defectivity at the P level. Independently, Ana Maria Martins and I have proposed that these changes within DP in Brazilian Portuguese has caused some underspecification in the pronominal system of BP. So what we have proposed is that, as you can see here, in European Portuguese, the pronoun for I is going to be something like first person singular, but in Brazilian Portuguese, it's just going to be singular. The agreement form with the verb is going to be the same, but the underlying specification is different. So that's what you're proposing independently to account for the degrees of acceptability in no subject license and hyperraising. So my suggestion here as a final speculation is that if 5-feature agreement for purpose of case valuation, for case valuation purposes, okay, sorry for this, for purpose of case valuation, need not require a fully specified phase head if the agreeing DP has an underspecified set of 5 features. So the idea is that, well, the underspecification within DP led here. The underspecification in DP led pronouns in DP to be underspecified. And if underspecified pronouns need not require fully specified phase heads, so we are going to have kind of generalized phase of defectivity. Within the CP phases, this is going to have as consequence restrictions on subject, hyperraise, and finite control. When you look at VP phases, you're going to have defectivity in terms of 5 features, like loss of third-person accusative, animacy restrictions on the object. And I didn't discuss this here, but when you go to new formal registers, when you have the accusative clitics, they are going to occupy the place that may be assigned to agreement. So in a sense, going to school is acquiring agreement, and then you're going to put the accusative places where agreement should go, something like that. Then you have all these signs of defectivities on VP phases. And now, interestingly, here, we are going to find a common property within defective VP phases and defective DP phases is that within VP phase, you can have a lexical verb to assign inherent case, and within DP phases, you have a noun to assign inherent case. And the combination of them are going to use these topic subject constructions and these extra long constructions. I clearly am aware that details are to be spelled out and so on, as always, the devil's in the details. But it seems to me that viewing, going back to the general proposal here of the workshop, is that viewing now all these properties from a macro perspective, it seems that once you assume defectivity, you may put them all together under a single umbrella. Of course, the the triggers, like what I'm suggesting here, may be on the right track, but it seems that they are forming a natural class despite appearances. Thank you very much, and thank you for your patience in the beginning. Obrigadão.
Thank you, Jairo. We don't have much time for questions, but we do have some. So are there questions, Cilene? And then Angel. I have a question myself, but maybe.
Thanks a lot. It's really nice to see, you know, just wrap up a lot of stuff under this idea of defectivity, which is, you know, a new tool that we have to play with. But I have a question for you. What do you mean by 5 defectivity? I mean, look, you showed a lot of evidence that it has an effect, that we can see that it's misfunctioning at PF and at the syntactic level. But to me, it seems that at LF, although it's defective, it's working well. It doesn't really mess up with our interpretation of DPs and CPs. This is related to the work I'm doing with schizophrenia, which you do see that the thing is, you know, disintegrating, but not here. And so that's a question, maybe not for you only, but all of us. What do you mean when we say that features are incomplete or defective? That's one question. The other one that I'm not gonna, you know, maybe you don't have time here, is the difference between inherent case and default case. So basically, at the distribution of these two things, because here to give the account you were offering, you cannot assign inherent case to an external argument. And also, I don't think that that default case will give us this invisibility that inherent case, according to you, will give us. So this is the two things. And
you think it will or it won't?
It won't. I guess it won't, because if you have
default case.
Default case, yes. If you have a default case at the subject, if you have a default subject, I think it will still intervene. You know, we can talk about it later with respect to adjunct, to gerunds. That's something that I'm doing with gerunds. But anyway, so maybe we should focus on defectivity. What is it?
Okay, so I think there is, let me split your question in 3 parts. The part on the defectivity, that I think it's easy to answer, refers more to fight defectivity. And I have 2 possibilities. And I think both are explored. One is just the set of 5 features. So in the case of CP, you may have a bigger set or a smaller set, depending on whether or not person is involved. And within DP, there are 2 possibilities: whether or not number is involved, or whether or not number is valued. So, for example, some of the literature on bare singulars in Brazilian Portuguese explore the idea that you have a number without a value, you have an attribute without a feature. So that might count as defectivity in this sense. But on the other kinds of things that I'm putting together with defectivity, like loss of voice heads, weakening of voice heads, or applicative heads, I have to look at this in more now detail and so on. With respect to LF, what the system is telling me is the following. Once you open the domain, you're going to have more possibilities in the grammar. In a sense, in many cases, C is going to behave like C in Brazilian Portuguese. You just open the domain, so you're going to have movement across it, so be it. So it's not going to have a difference at LF, but in the case of the verb phrase where theta domain is involved, you may have consequences like these cases of the transitive verbs. When you have verbs like loaded that are becoming an accusative and so on. So you may have effect at LF, but the general effect is you are opening the possibilities for more constructions in a sense due to movement.
That's right. I agree with you that, for example, if you look at information structure, and I'm working on it, within the VP, you do see LF evidence that something is going on, but that thing doesn't tell you that it's 5-feature defectiveness. And you see, that's my whole point here, is because, well, we say like, well, this category is missing person. Well, but you are still interpreting person. This category is missing number. Well, but still interpreting number. So what's going on with this? That's my, that we feel it at CNPq, but not really sure at LF.
Yeah, so this is what we're going to discuss now. One thing is when your criticisms regards the subset-superset relation, not the absence or presence of a value. Because if I have a attribute without a value, this may have been interpreted as number or so on, but without a value. But of course, it has to be spelled out in detail.
That's true. Under specification is something that has to be spelled out well. And maybe we will have something like this if you have a better theory of features, which we don't have right now. Thank you.
Thank you. I mean, we run out of time, but maybe it's, I don't know. Angel, do you want to make your question very, very quickly? Because it's also an opportunity to talk. So I'm kind of, I don't know.
I'm sorry about
No, it's not your fault.
Our time with them.
Yeah. Angel?
Oh, yeah. I have a question because I was thinking about the Spanish correspondences with your data from Brazilian Portuguese. And I do agree that we obtain different data in Spanish. So this means that you're right in saying that Brazilian Portuguese is different. And it makes sense to call for the defectivity issue. But I wonder well, you have this sort of classification of defectivity into 3 types depending on the phase, right? So the DP phase, the VP phase, and the CP phase. And what happens, for example, if in a given language you have one of the properties corresponding to the VP defectivity, but then you don't have the other one? So to illustrate, when you talk about bare singular nouns in Brazilian Portuguese, you can say things like Mary does not like used book or something like that, okay? Livro usado, right? Now, these properties are supposed not to occur in a language which is not, or which has no defective DP, such as Spanish in principle. But then, at least in my variety of Spanish, I can perfectly say things like that. So the question is, what happens in my language, for example, if you have one property which points to the defectivity property of the language, but then it doesn't show the other properties?
Yeah. Two things. First, the directionality is only one way. So it doesn't mean that if you're going, and I'm not even sure if you have bare singulars in a given language, if you're going to have necessarily have a defective DP. Yeah. I'm not sure. But the idea is the following. I wouldn't be surprised that some languages show some properties that I related just to the CP or just to the VP or just to the DP or VP. But the interesting thing is that Brazilian Portuguese is showing all of them. So it seems that should be something else triggering this. And that's why I went to the pronominal system and so on. Yeah. To have to ask the next question, that why the pronominal system of BP came to be interpreted this way and so on. I don't know, the colleagues working on language contact here in Brazil, thinking about the interaction with African languages and so on, this may open an avenue. But let me put it this way. What struck me as a very funny fact is that you have all these properties and they skip some others, but at the end of the day, it seems that you're talking about some weakness there and so on. And that's what I think there should be something similar to what I suggested, that something that say, well, I do not need a phi complete or a phi fully specified phase head to be licensed, and this has resonance within the system. But you're correct. Does not follow that if you're going to find one property, you're going to have all the properties and so on.
I see.
So that is it would be nicer now if I can point out this pronominal correlation if it turns out to be a good avenue to explore.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. It's very interesting. I would ask Angel whether you can have like blue book, but I'm not going to do in Spanish, or only use the book, because this makes a difference. Thank you, Jairo. It's very interesting, and maybe not only African languages, but remember
indigenous
that
languages too. Yeah.
Yes, 17th century you spoke Tupi-Guarani, right?
Yeah.
Língua geral. Okay, so that might be as well. So guys, we are very, very late. Thank you so much, Jairo. It was a wonderful talk. I have lots of things to think about. And we have a break now, but I'm suggesting that maybe we, instead of 15 minutes, could we only have 10 minutes break and come back at 10:30 sharp. And also we have the posters, but I don't think that we are going to have time for the posters today, because we are late, too late. So I'm suggesting that you take a look at the posters and we can discuss the posters tomorrow, if you agree, with more time. I'm sorry, but we are very late now. Okay.
So we keep the same time to discuss the posters. It's going to be during the coffee breaks defined in the program, but the discussion will happen tomorrow.
Yeah.
And if the authors are okay with that as well.
Yeah, of course. Okay. So 10 minutes to very quickly go to bathroom and come back. Ezekiel, are you there? Can we, yes, maybe.
Hi there, how are you?
Hi, how are you?
Very good, thank you.
Are you already a host or not? So I'm gonna ask her to.
I am not a host.
Not yet. So Isabella, could you make him a host, please? Thank you. Okay.
Ok.
We still have 1 minute. Ezekiel, I will let you know when you have 10 minutes to finish the half an hour. Okay.
Thank you.
Well.
Are you seeing the screen that I shared?
Yes, we are.
And the text is large enough?
Wow, you were maybe asking the wrong person, but yes.
So it's perfect.
Could make a little bit.
Perfect. Okay, good.
Yeah, so a little bit bigger.
Bigger.
Yeah,
Okay.
would be better maybe for us.
How's that?
It's better. I think it's good like this. Mhm.
It's good, yeah.
Tarcísio, do you want me to, Tarcísio, do you want me to project your handout for you?
I can do it. I think I can share my screen as well,
Okay, good.
just in case people want to follow at their own pace.
Okay.
Okay, so can we, okay. Okay, so now we have our first presentation. Brazilian Portuguese argument ellipses, a hiding case of clitic doubling by Ezekiel Panitz from University of São Paulo.
Hi, everybody. I'm very pleased to be presenting with you all today. My talk today is about argument ellipsis in Brazilian Portuguese. Argument ellipsis is an ellipsis operation that targets syntactic arguments. And Brazilian Portuguese is a language that allows argument ellipsis. Specifically, Brazilian Portuguese has argument ellipsis of direct objects. Evidence for the fact that Brazilian Portuguese has argument ellipsis comes from sloppy readings. Specifically, null objects in Brazilian Portuguese allow sloppy readings, as was first observed by Sonia Serino. So for example, take a look at the first example. O Pedro mostrou a tese dele para o Chomsky, já o João mostrou para o Lasnik. In this sentence, the null object allows a sloppy reading, according to which João showed his own thesis to Lasnik. The sentence also allows the strict reading, according to which João showed Pedro's thesis to Lasnik. As we can see in 2, argument ellipsis accounts for the availability of the sloppy reading, and also for the availability of the strict reading. Now, it bears mentioning that Brazilian Portuguese also allows object pro, as we'll see later on in the talk. This being the case, we might wonder whether the sloppy reading is simply due to pro. The answer is that no, the sloppy reading is not due to pro. And we can see this by looking at sentences that are identical to one, except that instead of a null object, we have an overt pronoun. O Pedro mostrou a tese dele para o Chomsky, já o João mostrou ela para o Lasnik. With an overt pronoun, we lose the sloppy reading. So under the assumption that the interpretation of null pronouns is similar to the interpretation of overt pronouns, we can assume that pro is likewise unable to support sloppy readings, and that therefore the sloppy reading for the null object is indeed due to ellipsis. Later on in the talk, we'll see additional evidence for concluding that pro is not able to support the sloppy reading. I have 2 goals in this talk. The first goal is an empirical goal. To a large extent, the literature on argument ellipsis in Brazilian Portuguese has limited its attention to direct objects, null objects. It hasn't looked at whether you can do argument ellipsis of various types of subjects. I want to fill this empirical gap and additionally look at null subjects of different types of clauses. I'll argue that argument ellipsis in Brazilian Portuguese is only possible with objects. You can't do argument ellipsis with subjects of finite clauses, nor can you do argument ellipsis with subjects of small clauses or subjects of infinitival clauses. With this much in place, I'll put forward a novel analysis of argument ellipsis in Brazilian Portuguese that accounts for the properties of argument ellipsis in Brazilian Portuguese. My analysis brings together two existing proposals. First, the proposal in Cato 1993 that Brazilian Portuguese has phonologically null third-person accusative clitics. And secondly, Bošković's proposal that in some languages, argument ellipsis involves clitic doubling, with argument ellipsis targeting the clitic double DP. So in other words, I propose the following for argument ellipsis in Brazilian Portuguese. The null clitic merges with its associate, forming a big DP structure. As is the case with all overt clitics in Brazilian Portuguese, the null clitic procliticizes onto the verb. And then at PF, the associate DP is deleted. Note that the clitic bears an E feature, which licenses ellipsis of its complement. So to illustrate, consider the following example once again. O Pedro mostrou a tese dele para o Chomsky, já o João mostrou para o Lasnik. Under my proposal, the null object is generated as in 5. The null clitic merges with a tese dele, his thesis. The clitic cliticizes onto the verb. And then at PF, the associate DP deletes. The outline of my talk is as follows. I'll start off by demonstrating that argument ellipsis in Brazilian Portuguese is indeed subject to an object-subject asymmetry. You can only do ellipsis with objects. I'll then argue that Brazilian Portuguese does indeed have a phonologically null third-person accusative clitic. And then with that much in place, I'll present my clitic doubling analysis of argument ellipsis. So let's start off by looking at some data. Generally, for each sentence type, I've given 2 examples. But in the interest of saving time, I'll simply read through only one of the 2 examples for each sentence type. So again, we can see that argument ellipsis of direct objects is possible. And we see this by noting that null objects give rise to sloppy readings. For example, 6a, Ana pôs os óculos dela na mesa, já Maria pôs na estante. The null object allows the sloppy reading. Maria put her own glasses on the shelf. When we turn to null subjects of small clauses, we note that the null argument no longer allows the sloppy reading, indicating that null subjects of small clauses cannot be generated under argument ellipsis. So for example, 7b, a Júlia achou a apresentação dela desastre. Já a Ana achou grande sucesso. This only allows the strict reading, according to which Anna considered Julia's presentation a great success. The sloppy reading is out. The same goes for null subjects of infinitival clauses. 8a, a Maria viu a mãe dela cantar, já Clara viu dançar. Only the strict reading is possible. Clara saw Maria's mother, not her own mother, dance. The same goes for null subjects of finite clauses. The sloppy reading is out, showing that we don't have argument ellipsis with subjects of finite clauses. João 9a. O João disse que a mãe dele era médica. Já o Pedro disse que era advogada. Only the strict reading is possible. Pedro said that João's mother was a lawyer. So to summarize thus far, we've seen that Brazilian Portuguese allows argument ellipsis of direct objects, as shown by the availability of sloppy readings, whereas subjects of small clauses, subjects of infinitival clauses, and subjects of finite clauses cannot undergo argument ellipsis. So recall that I'll propose that argument ellipsis in Brazilian Portuguese involves clitic doubling, where you have a null clitic doubled by the to be elided DP. I'll argue for this, my argument for the existence of a phonologically null third person accusative clitic proceeds in 3 steps. I'll start off by arguing, following other authors, that Brazilian Portuguese has a phonologically null third person pronoun. I'll then argue that this pronoun is an accusative pronoun. I'll then argue that this pronoun is specifically a clitic pronoun, not a weak pronoun. So null objects in Brazilian Portuguese exhibits 2 sets of properties. On the one hand, it exhibits properties characteristic of ellipsis, sloppy readings. On the other hand, they exhibit properties characteristic of pronouns. So in other words, null objects in Brazilian Portuguese are derivationally ambiguous. They can, on the one hand, be generated by argument ellipsis. On the other hand, they can be generated as pro. The pronominal characteristics of the null object are as follows. Like overt pronouns, null objects can be interpreted as a bound variable. They can also be interpreted as an E-type pronoun. And finally, they can be used resumptively. I'll present examples of bound variable anaphra and resumption. So consider 10. Nenhum filme decepcionou as pessoas que foram assistir ele. With the overt pronoun, the sentence allows a bound variable reading. No film X deceived the people who went to watch X. Tellingly, we get the same exact interpretation with a null object, showing that null objects in Brazilian Portuguese support bound variable anaphra. Crucially, we cannot generate the bound variable anaphra reading via argument ellipsis. This is shown by 11. Under an argument, if we generated the null object under argument ellipsis in 10, we would get 11. Nenhum filme decepcionou as pessoas que foram assistir nenhum filme. No film deceived the people who went to see no film. That clearly not producing a bound variable reading. So in order to generate the bound variable reading for 10 with the null object, we need to conclude that the null object in Brazilian Portuguese can be generated as pro. In other words, pro is one of the options. 12 and 13 are analogous to 10 and 11, except that I've used a different quantifier. We get the same result. Turning to resumption, Brazilian Portuguese allows a bar resumption. Esse livro, eu conheço uma menina que já leu ele 10 vezes. Now, note that the same sentence remains good when we remove the pronoun and put it in a gap, 15. 15 cannot be generated under movement as depicted in 16a because such movement would incur an island violation. The other option, given that we've excluded the option of movement, is to say that esse livro was base generated upstairs, and that we have a resumptive pronoun downstairs. Of course, the availability of 16b as a derivation for 15 shows us that indeed Brazilian Portuguese has null pronouns. If it didn't have null pronouns, the derivation 16b would be independently excluded. Having argued that Brazilian Portuguese has a null pronoun, I'll now argue that this null pronoun is an accusative pronoun. So the evidence comes from the distribution of the null pronoun. It can occur in positions to which accusative case is assigned. It cannot occur in positions to which accusative case is not assigned. So for example, in addition to being able to occur in object position, the null pronoun can occur as the subject of a small clause and the subject of an ECM infinitival clause, both of which are positions to which accusative case is assigned. And again, I use null resumption as evidence for the existence of a null pronoun. So for example, 17a, essa tese aqui, eu conheço professor que acha boa. The dependency between essa tese and the gap is not generated via movement given the intervening island boundary. Thus, we conclude that in this gap position, a null pronoun is possible. In other words, we can have null pronouns as the subject of small clauses. The same reasoning applies to 18, except that here the gap is the subject of an infinitival clause, not the subject of a small clause. Aquela jarra de vidro, eu conversei com um menino que já viu cair da estante. Good, again, the dependency is not generated by movement, so we conclude that the gap position is able to host a null pronoun. Now, recall that I've claimed that the null pronoun cannot occur as the subject of a finite clause, and this is confirmed by the ungrammaticality of 19a, in which the gap is the subject of a finite clause. Esse menino, a Maria, não conhece as cidades que visitou. The sentence is out because neither the, as we see in 19b, neither the movement derivation nor the pronominal, resumptive pronominal derivation is allowed, because Brazilian Portuguese doesn't allow null pronouns as the subject of finite clauses. So in other words, so once again, we've seen that the null pronoun can occur in exactly those positions to which accusative case is assigned, confirming that the null pronoun is an accusative pronoun. Now, recall from the outset of the talk that I claim that null pronouns in Brazilian Portuguese do not support sloppy readings. The data we've just reviewed provide an additional argument in support of this conclusion. So recall that the null pronoun is possible in object position and also in the subject position of small clauses and infinitival clauses. Sloppy readings, by contrast, are only possible in the object position. If sloppy readings were due to the null pronoun, sloppy readings should be possible wherever the null pronoun is allowed. In other words, not only in object position, but also in the subject position of small clauses and infinitival clauses. However, sloppy readings are only possible in object position. Hence, if we were to say that the sloppy reading is generated by pro, we would overgenerate sloppy readings. So we can conclude that the null pronoun is not what underlies the sloppy reading, rather ellipsis is what underlies it. I now argue that the null pronoun is specifically a clitic pronoun, not a weak pronoun. So first, a little background on clitics in Brazilian Portuguese. Brazilian Portuguese has first and second person accusative clitics. As Jairo mentioned in his talk, Brazilian Portuguese no longer has overt third person accusative clitics, setting aside formal Brazilian Portuguese. So my claim is strictly with respect to colloquial Brazilian Portuguese, in which overt third person clitics have been lost. And we see this in 20A and 20B. With 20A, a Maria não me te viu, first and second person clitics, but with the overt third person clitics, 20B, the sentence is impossible. A second bit of background information, the clitics occur in positions to which accusative case is assigned. In other words, the clitics are accusative clitics. So we saw in 20A that the clitic can occur in object position. They can also occur in subject of small clause position and as the subject of an ECM infinitival clause. A Maria me acha simpático, small clause. A Maria me viu atropelar turista, infinitival clause. The clitics do not occur in positions to which accusative case is not assigned. So for example, subject of finite clause. We see this in 22. So returning to the main thread, I'll now argue that the null pronoun is specifically a clitic pronoun. So starting with two more general remarks. So note, first of all, that the evidence in favor of the existence of a null pronoun that I talked about earlier, so they support bound variable anaphra, E-type readings, resumption. This evidence is neutral with respect to the status of the null pronoun as clitic versus weak. So absent independent evidence that the null pronoun is a weak pronoun, we're free to assume that the null pronoun is a clitic, as this assumption enables us to account for the properties of argument ellipsis in BP. Relatedly, the present analysis of argument ellipsis crucially assumes that the null pronoun is a clitic pronoun, not a weak pronoun. To the extent that this analysis is successful in accounting for the properties of argument ellipsis, the analysis provides indirect evidence in support of the background assumption that the null pronoun is indeed a clitic pronoun. Of course, it would be nice to have independent evidence in support of the clitichood of the null pronoun, but I think the previous point bears mentioning. At present, we have no evidence one way or the other for whether the pronoun is clitic or weak. So if in assuming that the pronoun is a clitic, we achieve a better account of argumental ellipsis in Brazilian Portuguese, then to the extent the analysis is successful, the background assumption is motivated. But okay, here's some independent evidence. So first, a distributional argument. Recall that the null pronoun occurs in the following positions: object position, subject of small clause, subject of infinitival clause. Over-clitics in BP exhibit the exact same distribution. If the null pronoun is indeed a clitic, the null pronoun's distribution is immediately accounted for, because after all, the null assumption is that the null clitic and the overt clitics share the same distribution. By contrast, weak pronouns in Brazilian Portuguese can occur as the subject of finite clauses. So if one claims that the null pronoun is a weak pronoun, something additional must be said to account for why the null pronoun's distribution is narrower than the distribution of its overt counterparts. A second argument from language acquisition, which I tentatively offer. In Brazilian Portuguese, the paradigm of the accusative pronoun is as follows. In the clitic column, we have a first and second person clitic, but a gap in the third person cell. In the weak pronoun column, for some speakers, there's a weak pronoun, eu. For other speakers, there's simply a gap here. But for all speakers, there's a weak second person pronoun and a weak third person pronoun. We see this in 24. A Maria me viu, and for some speakers, a Maria viu eu. A Maria te viu você. A Maria viu ele. So suppose that we consider the stage in the course of language acquisition in which the child has concluded that her language has null pronominal objects. At this point, she must determine whether the null pronoun is a weak pronoun or a clitic. So suppose that there's a preference in language acquisition for positing complete cells in which all the complete paradigms in which all the cells are filled, rather than positing incomplete paradigms with unfilled cells.
10 minutes.
Thank you. So for example, by a complete paradigm, I mean 25, where all the cells are filled. Incomplete paradigm, I mean 26, where there's a missing cell. If there's indeed a preference for positing complete paradigms, then the child will conclude that the null pronoun is a clitic pronoun so as to produce a complete paradigm, rather than concluding that the pronoun is a weak pronoun, which would yield an incomplete paradigm. So in other words, the child posits 25, concluding that the null pronoun is clitic, thereby producing a complete paradigm, and avoids positing 26, which would yield an incomplete paradigm. One final argument in favor of the clitichood of the null pronoun. European Portuguese has pro-predicative clitics, neuter clitics. In other words, it allows clitics that replace predicates. 27a, this is European Portuguese. A Maria é inteligente, mas a Clara não o é. Literally, but Clara is not it, meaning Clara is not intelligent. Only clitics can be used to replace predicates. Full pronouns cannot be so used. We see this in 27b. A Maria é inteligente, mas a Clara não é ele. Completely out. The pro-predicative clitic can also be used resumptively. Inteligente, eu conheço alguém que o é. Again, the full pronoun cannot be used in this capacity. Inteligente, eu conheço alguém que é ele. Returning to Brazilian Portuguese. Brazilian Portuguese obviously doesn't have 28a because it no longer has the overt third person clitics. However, it does have a sentence very similar to 28a, except that there's a gap instead of the clitic. Inteligente, eu conheço alguém que é. 29 cannot be generated under movement given the island boundary, as we see in 30. Therefore, the gap in 29 must be a resumptive pronoun, as depicted in 31. At this point, we can ask, is the null pronoun a weak pronoun, or is it a clitic? Well, we see in 32 that weak pronouns in Brazilian Portuguese, as is also the case in European Portuguese, weak pronouns cannot be bound by predicates. Inteligente, eu conheço alguém que é ele. So we conclude that the null pronoun in 31 is not a weak pronoun. Null pronouns are also not strong pronouns. Therefore, by process of elimination, we conclude that the null pronoun in 31 is a clitic pronoun. So in other words, the grammaticality of 29 provides further indication that Brazilian Portuguese has a null clitic pronoun. Okay, turning now to the clitic doubling analysis of argument ellipsis in Brazilian Portuguese. Recall the facts that we have to account for. Argument ellipsis is possible with direct objects, but not with subjects. So let's begin by comparing direct objects with subjects of small and infinitival clauses. As a preliminary, note that subextraction from objects is good, whereas subextraction from subjects of small clauses and subjects of infinitival clauses is bad. 33, subextraction from objects. Só desce paciente, o dentista obturou o dente. It's good. 34, with subextraction from subjects, is bad. Só desse aluno, o professor acha o pai simpático, bad. Só desse aluno, Clara viu o pai falar como diretora, bad. With this in mind, let's look at how my analysis analyzes argument ellipsis of direct objects, then how it analyzes argument ellipsis of subjects of infinitival and small clauses. Beginning with direct objects, 35, o Pedro mostrou a tese dele para o Chomsky, já o João mostrou para o Lasnik. The derivation runs as in 36. The clitic merges with a tese dele, the object, forming a big DP structure. The clitic subextracts from the object in order to criticize onto the verb, but this is unproblematic because subextraction from objects is good in Portuguese. Finally, at PF, the DP object, a tese dele, deletes. Compare with what happens with subjects of infinitival and small clauses. 37, small clause. A Júlia achou a apresentação dela desastre, já a Ana achou grande sucesso. Here, argument ellipsis is bad, and for the following reason. Consider the derivation in 38. Initially, the clitic merges with the subject of the small clause. That's fine. But then the clitic, as is the case with all clitics in Portuguese, must criticize onto the verb, as we see in 38b. But this movement involves subextraction from subjects, which is independently excluded, as we saw in 34. Therefore, argument ellipsis, the derivation of argument ellipsis in sentences involving null subjects crashes because it involves an illicit instance of subextraction. So in other words, the unacceptability of argument ellipsis with subjects of small clauses reduces to an independent ban on subextracting from subjects. The same reasoning applies to subjects of infinitival clauses. The derivation is out because of subextracting from a subject. So I'll skip that. Now, given that the problem with 38 and 40 is that we've tried to illicitly subextract from a subject, you might ask, well, what happens if we simply omit the clitic and just try to delete the subject by itself? So for example, for 39, a Maria viu a mãe dela cantar. 41, já a Clara viu dançar. Well, we'll recall that the clitic bears the E feature. So 41 is excluded because ellipsis is not licensed. Finally, recall that although null subjects of small clauses and infinitival clauses don't allow sloppy readings, they do allow strict readings. So what accounts for the availability of a strict reading? Well, just because a language has clitics, nothing forces a language to always use clitic doubling. You can use the clitic by itself. And when you do so, you generate the strict reading. And we see this in 42. A Maria viu a mãe dela cantar. Já a Clara viu Clitic dançar. The Clitic refers back to a mãe dela, i.e. Maria's mother. Subjects of finite clauses, again, argument ellipsis is out. Recall that the clitic is an accusative clitic. And recall also that argument ellipsis is only possible when the clitic is present because it's the clitic that bears the E feature. So wherever the clitic is excluded, argument ellipsis itself will be excluded. Now with subjects of finite clauses, the clitic is excluded for case theoretic reasons. The clitic is an accusative case, bears accusative case. Subjects of finite clauses receive nominative case. So argument ellipsis with subjects of finite clauses is independently excluded for case theoretic reasons. I have a note on
your time is finished.
Yeah, so I'll skip this. I'll use 2 minutes just to make one further point. So looking at 46, we have an idiomatic construction, abotuo paleto, meaning literally to button the jacket, but idiomatically to die. When you try to elide the direct object that forms part of an idiomatic expression, the idiomatic reading is lost. In other words, argument ellipsis bleeds the idiomatic construal. We see this in 47. O João abotuou paletó, o Pedro também abotuou. The idiomatic reading is lost. My analysis accounts for this fact. But there's a cross-linguistic generalization that idiom chunks cannot be clitic doubling, cannot be clitic doubled. We see that with an example from Greek, which I'll skip. And so now briefly just consider how 47 would be generated. 47 would be generated as in 49 with clitic doubling, cliticization, and then deletion of the direct object. But idiomatic construals are not compatible with clitics. So the clitic doubling forces the direct object to be interpreted literally. If we try to simply omit the clitic as in 50, well, ellipsis is not licensed. Finally, what if we just use a clitic without the double? Well, clitics, as is the case with pronouns, require a referential antecedent, as we see in 52. So Sue kicked the bucket, idiomatic. Pete also kicked it, terrible under the idiomatic construal. It, as a pronoun, requires a referential antecedent, which forces a literal construal. The same will apply for 51. O Pedro também clitic abotuou. The clitic requires a referential antecedent, forcing the literal construal. So very briefly, I've talked about argument ellipsis in Brazilian Portuguese. I've argued that argument ellipsis in Brazilian Portuguese is subject to an object-subject asymmetry. You can only elide objects. I account for this asymmetry by proposing a clitic doubling analysis of argument ellipsis. Under this analysis, the inability to elide subjects reduces to 2 independent considerations. Number 1, it reduces to an independent ban on sub-extracting from subjects, and it reduces to case theoretic considerations. The analysis also accounts for the inability of argument ellipsis to target idiom chunks. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Well, I should say briefly, I have a paper in which I talk about all of this. The paper is currently under review, but if anyone is interested in reading the full paper, just send me an email and I'll be happy to send you the paper.
Thank you. I'm sorry, Cilene, but I mean, we don't have any time left anymore. So what I propose, because there are other questions here, that the people send you the questions. People send to Ezekiel the questions. I'm sorry. Otherwise, we are going to be we are already too late.
That's perfectly all right.
So we move
we can use the chat to talk.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Send the questions and interact afterwards. Thank you very much, Ezekiel.
Thank you.
And now we move to Tarcísio Dias.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Good. Can you make me co-host or something?
I think she has already done that. I think you are already a co-host.
Okay, share screen. Do you see my screen?
Yes.
Good. Okay, hello, good morning, good afternoon, I'm not sure. So today I'll talk about local double-edged subjects under que nunca ellipses in Brazilian Portuguese. And in this talk, I will show that there is an elliptical construction in Brazilian Portuguese involving nunca, which is never, which is restricted to locally moved double-edged subjects. And I will provide an account of this peculiar restriction. I will argue that this construction provides evidence for Boscovich's 2021 proposal regarding two different positions for double-edged movement.
Asiso, can you make it a little bit bigger, please?
Sure.
Thank you, that's fine.
Okay. Okay, so the expression que nunca is commonly used as a follow-up comment to a declarative sentence that can serve as an antecedent, as you can see in 1. So for example, Peter kissed John is the antecedent. Someone can reply to this by saying who never, meaning who never kissed John in a context where, you know, everybody knows John is a kisser, for example. So this will be felicitous in a context where speaker B is not at all surprised by the statement uttered by speaker B. So this is the kind of construction that I will try to account for here. The roadmap for the presentation is given below. So in section 2, I will show some diagnostics for que nunca to show that this is better represented as ellipsis. In section 3, I show the data I will account for, the pattern that is relevant for me. In section 4, I will present the proposal that says that there are different double-edged movement positions in languages. In section 5, I provide my analysis, which is a derivation for que nunca ellipsis. And then in section 6, I conclude. Okay, so for the diagnostics in this section, I will show that que nunca is better represented as a case of TP ellipsis. So first, notice that the double-edged phrase in the elliptical construction must be interpreted as the subject and cannot be interpreted as the object. So if you have something like Peter kissed John, if you say who never, that only means who never kissed John. It cannot mean who never, who did Pedro never kissed. This is straightforwardly accounted under an ellipsis approach, since the non-elided version of B prime, who never Peter kissed, is ungrammatical. So we don't have a source for que nunca prior to deletion in this case. Another test is the ambiguity between a strict and a sloppy reading. So the example is given here in 3. John likes his car and Peter does too. We have a strict reading for this. In 3a, John likes his car and Peter likes John's car too. Or a sloppy reading, as in 3b, John likes his car and Peter likes Peter's car too. So this is known as a diagnostics for ellipsis. We have the same kind of ambiguity in que nunca construction. So if speaker A says, João kissed his boss, João beijou sua patroa. If speaker B says, who never, that could mean who never kissed his own boss or who never kissed John's boss. Now, the argument is that this is a type of causal ellipsis. So it has been observed that voice mismatches are not allowed under causal ellipsis, and that's why 5 is not good. So Joe was murdered, but we don't know who, under the interpretation that don't know who murdered Joe. And in lower cases of ellipsis, such as VP ellipsis, such mismatches are allowed, and because the target of deletion is lower. So we can say the system can be used by anyone who wants to. In the case of que nunca, if speaker A says João was kissed by Mary, the only available interpretation is that who never was kissed by Mary. You cannot interpret this as who never kissed John. Finally, tense mismatches are not allowed under causal ellipsis. I have an example here from Hungarian. So Mary yesterday was shopping at the market and not tomorrow. This is not possible because the target of ellipsis here is above the tense head. And the same can be observed in que nunca construction. So if speaker A says, Maria kissed João at the party yesterday, it's only possible to have que nunca with the past interpretation. Who never kissed John? He already kissed. He kisses everybody. He kissed everybody. But it's not felicitous if you try to interpret this with the future tense. Who never will kiss John? I put the sentence after just to try to force a future reading, and we cannot have that. Oh, there's actually one last thing. So que nunca obeys the ban against a no-no-C under sluicing. So it patterns with 10A in this respect. So under ellipses, we cannot have the overt realization of the complementizer. We cannot say, alguém beijou o João, mas eu não sei quem que. We have to say, alguém beijou o João, mas eu não sei quem. However, in the non-delighted version of the sentence, the complementizer is optional. Someone kissed João, mas eu não sei quem que beijou João, or mas eu não sei quem beijou João. Que nunca is similar in this respect. You cannot have the overt complementizer, so you cannot say quem que nunca or quem nunca que. Therefore, I will take que nunca constructions to involve TP ellipses. Okay. This is our basic facts about que nunca, just to show that I am treating this as a case of ellipsis. And in this section, I discuss the properties of que nunca that I would like to capture. So the most relevant thing here is that que nunca ellipsis is only available with the locally moved doublet subject. So bear with me, you can see this in 12b. So Peter kissed John, who never. That means who never kissed John. In parentheses, we have the non-ellipsis version of this construction. In 13b, Maria disse que Pedro beijou João. If we say who never, that means who never said that Peter kissed John. That's the only available interpretation. If you try to target a lower constituent, you cannot have ellipsis. So with double-H object, as in 12c, who Peter never, you cannot say this. This is ungrammatical. Also with long distance double-H arguments, such as in 13c and d. So if you have as the antecedent, Maria disse que Pedro beijou João, if you try to do ellipsis in C, que Maria nunca, that's not possible. The intended meaning is, who has Maria never said kiss John? And the same for 13z, who Maria never said kiss Peter. Also with double-H adjunct, as in 14, Peter kissed John at the party, you cannot say where Peter never. And see that the non-elliptical versions are all acceptable. I can say, of course, where Peter never kissed John. So the important contrast here is that que nunca ellipsis is only available when quem, the double-H element, is the locally moved double-H subject. And this is summarized in this table. So we can have que nunca only if quem is the local double-H subject, but for all the other possibilities, the construction is not possible under ellipsis. And the question that I would try to answer here is, why do only locally moved double-H subjects are allowed in Brazilian Portuguese que nunca construction? And in the next section, I will present a proposal for double-H movement that straightforwardly captures this contrast. And this is the section 4. So Boscovich 2021 and Working Press argues that there are two distinct double-H positions, one confined to locally moved double-H subjects, to the exclusion of all the other double-H elements, such as double-H objects, embedded double-H arguments, and double-H adjuncts, which all move to spec CP in this analysis. So you have a lower and a higher position that holds double-H elements. In particular, it is argued that who in 15b, I wonder who left, is lower than who in 15a, I wonder who Emmy left. Sorry, I wonder who Emmy met. But this is higher than Emmy in 15c. So he has independently argued for the existence of a subject dedicated position above CP and below CP, claiming it is an instance of a mixed AA bar position. This is represented here in 16. He shows this position hosts local double-H subjects, which move straight to this position without passing through spec CP. And as an A-bar position, it can satisfy APP, check nominative case, and also check A-bar features such as WH and focus features. The A-bar features of this projection are not that relevant for this talk. The most important thing here is that we have two available positions for WH movements. So for the arguments for this position, he shows that who in a sentence such as who left is neither in spec TP nor in spec CP. It must be in between. The argument comes from West Ulster English. So notice that this language allows the quantifier floats under WH movement. This can be seen here in 17C. What did he say all that he wanted? And one argument that who is not in spec TP is that a subject in spec TP is unable to float a quantifier in the theta position, as you can see in the passive sentence in 17B. So we cannot say they were arrested all as night. So the idea here is that if who in 17A were to pass through spec TP, or if it were located in this position, the quantifier would be floated from the same position in both 17A and 17B. So we would expect 17A to be ungrammatical as well. So who in 17A must move to the left periphery without passing through spec TP. However, who in 17A and what in 17C cannot occupy the same position in the left periphery, as suggested by the topicalization pattern we see in 18. Because if that were the case, the contrast in 18 would be unexpected. So we can see that a WH object can move above the topic. So you can have something like Mary wonders which book for Kim Peter should buy. But this position is not available for WH subject. So that's why we cannot have Mary wonders which student for Kim should buy that book. Notice the long distance WH subject above the topic is not ungrammatical, being better than 18C. So I wonder which student for King Mary says should buy that book. It's degraded, but still allowed. Also, in a number of languages, fronted WH subjects and non-subjects are marked differently. The example here is from Igbo. So notice that if you have a WH object, the focus particle, which is the overt complementizer, must be realized. I have to pronounce this. But you cannot realize this element with the WH subject, as you can see in 19B. An interesting thing this is able to capture is this observation that extraction from subject WH islands is less degraded than from non-subject WH islands, as you can see in 20. So what do you wonder who bought is slightly better than what do you wonder how she bought. He captures this fact by saying that in the former case, in the case of 20A, we have WH movement crossing a position that is not a pure A-bar position, contrary to what happens in cases like 20B. What do you wonder how she bought? Which is the relativized minimality. Another case where we have a local subject versus a non-local subject asymmetry is given in 21. A case, I'm not sure. Observe that there is a one-word host restriction on contracted auxiliaries hosted by moved WH phrase. So if you have just one word host here, who's coming, what's Mary buying, when's dinner, how's your old man, that's fine. But if you have a two-word WH phrases, you cannot have contraction if this WH element is the object. So you cannot say whose food's the dog eating or which man's should the pound is all. But if this WH phrase is the subject, the local subject, you can, whose food's burning or which man's living first. Also notice that long distance moved subjects pattern with objects in this respect. So that's why you cannot do which man's Peter claiming will live first. In 23, we see that Brazilian Portuguese displays the same topicalization pattern observed in 18, which indicates that WH objects are higher than WH subjects, and a long distance WH subjects pattern in the former. So, Maria quer saber que livro pro Pedro João comprou, that's fine to me. Maria quer saber que aluno pro Pedro, o João diz que comprou o livro, slightly degraded, but still acceptable. But Maria quer saber que aluno pro Pedro comprou o livro, that's definitely worse in my judgment and for some people that I've passed. I take this to indicate that the locally moved doublet subjects in Brazilian Portuguese also occupy this intermediate position between CP and TP, which is labeled here as AA bar P. And I will capitalize on the availability of this projection in the language to propose an account for the ellipsis pattern we just saw. So assuming that local doublet subjects move to spec AA bar P, we can capture the pattern and straightforwardly account for the ellipsis facts I have shown. So the idea here is that que nunca ellipsis is only available if the doublet elements correspond to the locally moved doublet phrase, to the exclusion of all the other doublet elements because they are in a different projection. They move to spec CP. And this is the cut we predict under the subject in spec AA bar P analysis. For the implementation, I assume with Lobeck that we need a doublet spec head agreement to license ellipses in cases of sluicing. So the word had, sorry, the word nunca had in the AA bar projection will license ellipses when it's stand in the spec head relation with Kane, which hosts this doublet feature. And this is only possible when Kane corresponds to the local subject, since this is the only element that can be hosted by spec AA bar. So this is the configuration that will license ellipses in these cases. They are in the spec head relation, and this is needed to license TP ellipses. And this is expected under this approach because the predictions that we find in cases where a syntactic process is confined to this position. For another interesting case, we have here Gunn 2022. She shows that in Hong Kong Sign Language, all doublet phrases undergo movement except for the subject too. So it's another case where we have this asymmetry between local doublet subjects and other doublet elements. Okay, so for the structure that I am proposing for que nunca, I am following work by Gribanova, assuming then that there are two positions associated with polarity in the clause structure, one above TP, which calls a polarity phrase, and one below TP, which is the 9P. The higher one is able to host focus features as well, in addition to polarity features, and the net projection hosts the morphosynthetic features responsible for sentential negation. Sorry. The idea is that in languages with verbs trending ellipses in polarity-focused contexts, as we see in Russian, Hungarian, and Brazilian Portuguese, it is proposed that the verb moves to this higher polarity heads from our licensed TP ellipses. So in cases that we have like, so this is Russian. Did Eugenia send the package to Moscow? They can answer, no, she didn't, but you answer with the verb, or yes, she did, and you answer with the verb. So yes, sent. You can see the same in Hungarian. Did Jonas see the neighbors? Saw. And we also like to answer with the verb in Portuguese. Maria beijou João? Sim, beijou. Não, não beijou. So the idea here is that the verb moves to this higher polarity head from a licensed ellipsis. If you see Martin's work, this should be this is her sigma phrase above TP. I suggest that this high polarity phrase is actually the AA bar P. So it is able to host a head that needs to check focus feature, as we expect. This is also an A bar feature, an A bar projection. It is able to host focus features. For concreteness, I will take nunca to have the lower polarity projection, which I'm going to label never P, just for ease of exposition. This projection is, this lower nunca is licensed to be agree with the higher heads, following Gribanova, which can be either no or host an emphatic negation. Because you can say something like, não, a Maria nunca beijou João, something like that. Gribanova claims that the lower polarity complex had moved to the higher one, which is followed by TP ellipses in cases like 27. And this will derive also cases in which you can answer a question with just the word nunca, the particle with the word nunca. So did Maria beijou João? Nunca, that's possible. So in the case of que nunca, I propose licenses TP ellipses in the configuration N28. So we have WH movement to AA bar P, head movement of nunca from this never P to the AA bar had. And then in this configuration, TP ellipses can be licensed.
10 minutes.
10?
10.
Oh, okay, plenty of time. Okay, and as we saw, so the motivation to move nunca is to license focus feature, and then we have the blitz movement to spec A bar P, as we saw. This is the structure. So the polarity head nunca is generated in this lower never position. Yeah, that's what I just said. And that K and nunca are in the same projection in ellipsis constructions is suggested by the fact that no intervening C-like element is allowed between them, as we saw before. So we cannot say K nunca, who that never. And this would be because they are, you cannot have anything intervening between them. And then the other cases where we don't have K nunca ellipses with K not being the doublet subject, that would be because they're not in the relevant relation that I am assuming it is needed to license TP ellipses. Okay. So now just a note on identity of ellipses. So one could wonder why isn't the lack of identity that explains the pattern. And here I try to show that an approach that it's only based on the lack of identity and the recoverability of deletion is not enough to account for the pattern. So for example, here in 29, we have Peter kissed John as the antecedents. And then in 29C, who Peter never kissed. So kissed trace, it's not identical to kissed John, right? The problem is that if you have something like Peter kissed John, Peter kissed someone, I could still answer with, I could still have the WH element as the object. So I could say who Peter kissed. They're still not identical, and ellipses can still be licensed. So this is not sufficient to explain the pattern we saw before. And even if we consider cases of echo questions, so Peter kissed John, who, if we assume we have movement in this kind of ellipsis with echo questions, we would still find the same kind of lack of identity, and ellipses can be licensed in this case, but not in the former. So something extra needs to be said regarding K-nunca constructions. And finally, the identity approach would fail to account for the basic K-nunca case because the WH trace here wouldn't be, cannot be taken to be identical with its correlates TP in the antecedents. Okay. So for the conclusion, I have shown that the reason why only the element moving to spec A bar P, which is the locally moved doublet subject, survives the ellipsis in question is because this ellipsis targets the complement of A bar P, the complement of A bar, which I propose it can be realized by nunca Brazilian Portuguese. And besides providing additional evidence for the existence of two positions for the WH movement, this work indicates that ellipsis licensing is structurally determined and not lexically determined. And in the case discussed here, nunca is able to license ellipsis when it has this projection and unable to do so otherwise. And these are my references. I think we have time for questions now. Thank you.
Thank you. We don't have much time for question. We have
okay.
3 minutes left, but we still
that's
have.
Good enough.
So yeah, so we have Renato. Yeah.
Hi, Renato.
Hi, Tarcísio. Thank you for your presentation. Great talk. I have a question regarding your last point on identity, which is, if you take a data point like this, as pessoas raramente criticam o Biden. People rarely criticize Biden. Já o Trump, quem nunca? Now, for Trump, as for Trump, or never. You can't change the object if you take it out of the elided site. which can be taken as evidence for an ellipsis account, given that you have access to internal structure, right? But you no longer have identity.
Sorry, could you repeat the sentence, please?
As pessoas raramente criticam o Biden, agora o Trump, quem nunca? People rarely criticize Biden, now Trump, who never. Right? You do have access to the internal structure insofar as you can manipulate the object, but the antecedent is no longer identical. So depending on how you look at it, it can be used as evidence against or for an ellipsis analysis. So what's your take on that? Would have to say something about identity, define identity in a more precise way in order to use that as ellipsis, right?
So but in this sentence you provided, you taking who to be the double H object?
The subject, as in your examples.
So as pessoas raramente.
You take the object out of the ellipsis side, topicalize it, and then you do who never.
Okay, so we would. Right? So you wouldn't expect the who to be in the AA bar position. Is that what you mean?
It could be, but I mean, what do you do of the gap, right? Is it ellipsis or some sort of no complement anaphra or logophoric, whatever?
Yeah, that's a good point. I would have to. We would expect to. Maybe they're not to be possible. I'm not sure.
I think that the fact that you have access to internal structure speaks of ellipsis, but then you would need of identity. That would be precisely the point to look at.
Yeah. I don't have an answer for you, but that's an interesting observation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Thank you. In fact, we don't have many more time left. So thank you very much. Tarcísio, was nice.
Thank you.
And if you have other questions, just send by email or chat. Okay. And we now have a break again, but I'm going to suggest that we have only 10 minutes because we are late. So we come back in 10 minutes and not in 15 minutes. And I'm going to change the way I'm saying with the presenters, the 20 minutes, because I think that when I say 10 minutes, people understand that they still have 10 minutes, and they should finish their presentation because they have 10 minutes left for questions. So I'm going to change this. Okay, sorry. So 10 minutes break, and you come back sharp for 24 noon, right? Is that so? Yeah, okay. So thank you.
Tarcísio, you there?
I am here.
I don't have the same intuition that you do with respect to que.
For quem nunca?
I can say quem que nunca, né? Você, cara, você tá criticando ele, mas quem que nunca, né?
Okay.
And also
I think quem que nunca is. I dislike quem que nunca and quem nunca que, but I can see that quem que nunca is better than quem nunca que. I don't know if you don't like quem nunca que,
that's
right?
really bad. Quem que nunca is bad. But in ellipses, I can do things like o João tá apaixonado por alguém, mas eu não sei quem que. That's perfect.
Yeah, for this case, I think one possibility you would have is to say that this K is always generated under C, and it somehow affixes hop to the WH elements, because this complementizer has some affixal properties. I'm not sure if you, so that's the only thing I can think from the top of my head that would be able to still have the quem que nunca. But it's interesting. I don't like that, but yeah. Good, thanks for the judgment. Jairo?
Jairo, você está sem microfone.
No, I was wondering about the polarity analysis. What I was doing is it was using a positive polarity item. And then, so for example, o João estudou pra caramba para a prova. O João estudou pacas para a prova. Você pode, quem nunca? But now, to combine nunca with a positive polarity item is going to be a bit tricky, no?
O João estudou muito, não estudou muito para a prova.
Estudou pacas.
Estudou pacas.
Crucially, you have to use pacas.
Quem nunca? Okay, so yeah, considering this is okay. So because a gente, que língua que eu a gente não poderia ter incompatibilidade, né? Porque se nunca está sendo licenciado pelo interessante. Bom, eu sou enviesado, né? Mas eu não gosto tanto desse nunca licenciado com positivo, com. Se bem que Pedro beijou João, quem nunca
Quem eu sei quem nunca estudou placas para uma prova? Quem nunca estudou placas para uma prova?
É bom.
Eu acho que colocando a pergunta do Jairo, let me switch to English. I think that putting Jairo's question with Renato's question together with your stuff, my conclusion is that ellipsis has structure, but not really, content. That's
Mas também é importante deixar claro que eu estou assumindo a posição. A aba não necessariamente precisa ser o sigma phrase ou o polarity head da Gribanova. Eu coloco que elas trazem evidência para nunca ocupando essa posição mais alta, mas não necessariamente eu preciso assumir o mecanismo delas de licenciamento do nunca no núcleo mais baixo. Eu simplesmente preciso de uma posição que abrigue o nunca para cima do TT. E talvez, né, essa seja o argumento de que, de fato, é só um A barra, né? Não é um polarity head, um sigma phrase que está ali. Legal. Você está muda.
No, I see two people. Acho que é só o Jairo. I see two raised hands here. The computer is telling me, but I think it's just because Jairo and Renato have their hands. Okay, that's it.
We're still on break time.
So,
Maria.
Genaro, are you here? Are you there? I don't know if it's here or there because it's kind of. I think you are already co-host, and if you want to upload to share your screen, Genaro. Not here.
Oi, pessoal. Oi, tchau. Adorei o encontro, Jairo, Roberta. Adorei. Eu não vou poder assistir a segunda parte, porque eu tenho uma batelada de exames para fazer agora à tarde, tá? Mas foi ótimo. Depois eu entro em contato, talvez até com o Jairo, sobre a questão da elipse e short answers, que é, no momento, aquilo com que eu tenho trabalhado. Acho muito interessante. Quem sabe a gente se fala algum dia, Jairo, tá? Eu acho que você pegou o ponto ali quando você fez aquela pergunta para o Angel a respeito da questão, né? De você ter possibilidade ou não daquelas questões, e não sei, ele não considerou elipse, né, naquelas questões. E também na questão da defectividade da fase, eu vi interessante que o núcleo, né, parece que tem alguns traços que podem oferecer deficiência no movimento e tudo mais, tá? E eu estou fazendo isso, na realidade, com preposição, quando a gente tem ou não a possibilidade de não apontar a preposição na resposta com alguns tipos de verbo, tá? Está no começo ainda, mas eu acho que, no meu caso, é um trabalho bem promissor, né? Para essa questão de, em alguns casos, você ter a possibilidade ou não. Não é o caso de elipse com sentença coordenada, não. É elipse na short answers, tá? Mas um beijão para vocês, gente. Minha filha já está me chamando que eu tenho que sair para ir para o médico. Tchau, Cilene. Quanto tempo? Beijão. Tchau.
Hello, Genaro, are you there? Not yet. He's there, but he's not there.
The lights are on, but nobody's at home.
Yeah. So I think now he's in. Oh, good, Genaro. So if you want to share your screen. I'm gonna tell you 10 minutes before you finish 45 minutes. You have 1 hour, but the suggestion is that you leave 15 minutes for discussion. So before you finish your 45 minutes, I will give you 10 minutes before you finish 45 minutes. I'll tell you, you have 10 minutes. All right?
That's good.
Okay. So maybe can we start? What do you think? Can we? Yeah, okay. So I am supposed to introduce you to Professor Genaro Kierke. He's a Hans Foundations Professor of Linguistics and Professor of Philosophy at Harvard University. He has greatly contributed to our understanding of bare arguments and nominal semantics and cross-linguistic semantics, and also has worked a lot with the idea of logicality in language and polarity and free choice. So thank you very much for having accepted coming and talking to us. And the floor is yours.
Thank you. It's a pleasure to be here. It's sad that we cannot be physically together. And unfortunately, following talks online is really, really taxing. It's really difficult. And my talk will not be any exception to this. By argument formation, I mean any syntactically projected semantic operator that maps a non-argument, so something like a property or a predicate, into an argument, so something like an individual or maybe a kind. And some common argument forming operations are, of course, the articles. So the definite article, the definite argumentizer, has features like maximality, that is to say, it picks the maximal element that satisfies the predicate. It's extensional, it's context sensitive. It requires, typically a context to be used, and it allows anaphoric uses. So these are typical cross-linguistically stable characteristics of the definite article. And so, for example, the cat walked in would have a semantics of the form, there is an event of which the maximal element, which is a cat in the context, is the agent and is a walking in event. And of course, the spell out rule for this definite argumentizer for English would be the. By the same token, the indefinite article is instead typically associated with something like existential instantiation. And one way of thinking about it is in terms of something like a choice function with which the indefinite article contributes, and this choice function selects a member of a set, and it's extensional like the definite article, and it's subject to existential closure. And the spell out rule for it in English is the indefinite article a. Another kind of argument forming operation in English lacks a spell out. It's phonologically null, and it involves kind formation. It applies to cumulative predicates, that is, to either plural predicates or to mass nouns. It selects the maximal element, but it's intentional. So kinds are intentional creatures in the sense that a kind is not exhausted by its instances in a specific situation, but it's more something like a concept, a function from, say, worlds into the plural individual that realizes the kind in that world. And as I mentioned, this kind of argument forming operation, kind formation, is null in English, which brings us to the perhaps most interesting aspect of this type of investigation, which is the fact that languages may lack spell out rules for specific manifestation of this argument forming operation. So, for example, Hebrew lacks a spell out rule for the indefinite article, but it has a definite article. Hindi or Russian, host of languages, lack spell out rule for both the definite and the indefinite article. English lacks a spell out rule for kind formation. And one of the questions that I would like to address is whether there are languages that have overt spell out rule for argument formation. And I would like to suggest that no language has a spell out rule for kind formation. And this is the first of three conjectures that I'd like to explore today. The other is that once you have null argument forming operations, which are syntactically projected, you face the issue of when, in other words, circumstances are they allowed. And broadly speaking, there are three classes of cases that come to mind. One is that they might be freely available. And this is maybe the case for English and Hindi. They can be altogether banned, and this might be the case of French, and they might be allowed in restricted positions, and this might be the case of Italian. And so you see that a parallel, an obvious parallel with the theory of small pro comes to light. So this is the second conjecture that I want to explore, namely that the theory of null argument formation should be very parallel to the theory of small pro. The third conjecture that I would like to explore today is that, obviously, if a language lacks, in part or in total maybe, a null argument forming operation, it must have some compensating strategies for simply expressibility reasons, right? You want to fill the expressive gaps that banning a certain option would create, and that often enough, phenomena like incorporation are what fills this gap. And so, in particular, if French lacks null argument formation of the English kind, then it should have something like incorporation to compensate. And this is an hypothesis that has been entertained, for instance, by Gonzalez and Mihok, and I would like to sort of present further evidence in favor of their analysis. So this is the panorama, the area that I would like to explore today. And let me start with a baseline theory. Often enough, baseline theories are essentially English. So, the theory as it emerges from the basis of English, because English has been studied to death. And, there are very few things that remain seriously mysterious. So I am going to assume that English has this null kind forming operator, which can project as a D, or perhaps can be projected in a small nominal type construction. Arg always has D features, right? But exactly which D features may vary. And there is this operation that I denote with this little down sign, which forms a kind out of a predicate. You will notice the caveat here in, I don't know whether you can see my cursor, but here, ignore it for the time being. Now, given that, then there are three frames in which this type of arguments can appear. One is your basic run-of-the-mill kind-oriented predications with predicates that only apply to kinds. They do not apply to ordinary individuals in any natural way. And so the structure of something like dodos are extinct is the simple-minded one that you see here, where you form the argument via this up operator, and then you predicate being a kind of it. We are adopting throughout an event-based semantics. And so the analysis of this will be, there is a state of being extinct of which the experiencer is the dodos kind, okay? Putting that aside as relatively uncontroversial, there are two basic predicative frames in which these type of arguments are going to appear. And this is going to affect their interpretation dramatically. And one is generic level predication. And generic predication is formed by the presence of some kind of a spectral marker, typically imperfectivity, matched by the presence of a adverb of quantification that can be null, but can be also overtly expressed. So something like dogs usually bark, say when they're scared, would have a syntactic structure which is simple enough. This is the generic predication, which is realized as some kind of imperfective marker. This is the adverb of quantification. And this splits the clause into a restriction for the quantification adverb and a scope, okay? And the semantics of this type of construction is essentially similar to that of conditions. And so you will have a quantificational force, which is typically given by the Q adverb, or if the Q adverb is absent, it will be a default universal one. Then you have a bunch of modalities. And this formula reads as follows. In any world, similar to ours for any X which is an instance of the dog kind. Whenever the sort of presuppositions for barking are met, well, the dog will bark. And you see where the different pieces come from, right? So the nominal argument provides the kind, the Q adverb provides the quantificational force, the modality comes from the aspect, and the sort of contextual restrictions comes from the context. So this is how things that are per se non-quantificational, like kinds, acquire a quantificational force and a quasi-universal one whenever they enter generic predication, okay? And of course, kinds are not the only type of things that can be in the restriction of a generic operator. You know, regular referential terms can be, as can, of course, indefinites. The third and final major way in which kinds enter into argumental structures is in episodic sentences, and as in dogs are barking. The syntactic shape of this is extremely simple, and the analysis of this, again, is kind of straightforward. So this gives you some sense of the kind of tree that I am assuming, right? So I'm assuming that verbs are just predicates of events. So the bark denotes just a set of events, a set of barking events. And then this, in order to combine with an argument, requires something like an applicative head, which might be silent in some languages, overt in others. And an applicative head adds an argument to the verb. And in this case, and you know, you can have kind-oriented applicative heads that target kinds. And so the meaning of this is just that there is, so this is the denotation of the little VP before existential closure over events. And once existential closure applies, this will say that there is a barking event of which the theme is the dog kind. And so it's something like there is dog barking going on. And of course, if you wish, you can, so this is the direct approach where the kind as a whole is the theme, right, to the barking event. If you wish, you can unpack this further and introduce instances of the kinds. And this would be an indirect approach, but for our purposes, these two approaches, which have been proposed in the literature, are equivalent. Now, there are a host of consequences that follow from this, and they are pretty good and pretty predictive. So, for example, in general, you have something that lacks an inherent quantificational force, but acquires it through predication. And it will be quasi-universal if the predication is generic, and quasi-existential if the predication is episodic. Not only that, but this quantificational force is subject to very severe restrictions because the bare plural is sort of kind denoting and is not inherently quantification. And so in particular, for example, with respect to negation, you can only get narrow scope in episodic sentences. So dogs aren't barking tonight can only mean that no dogs is. It cannot mean there are dogs that aren't barking. And perhaps most strikingly and telling is the behavior of these kind denoting terms with respect to pluractional iterative modification. Things like repeatedly, or for an hour, or until midnight. Okay, so sentences like John killed mosquitoes until 3 for an hour or repeatedly are all perfect and correspond strikingly with any other overt quantifier, including the indefinite article. So John killed a mosquito for an hour is deviant. John killed the mosquitoes for an hour, weird. Okay, so this element has scope properties that no other quantificational element has in it. And this kind of follows. Why? Because these elements that are quantified, these are low scope adverbs, right? They are adjoined somewhere in the VP. And a quantificational element will have to raise at some scope site and therefore get scope wider than the low fractional modifier. But a kind term doesn't raise, and the sentences interpret precisely as it was repeatedly the case that there was mosquito killing. And this is something that verb plurals share very vividly with incorporation structures. So if you look at languages that have overt incorporation, you immediately see the parallelism. And in this regard, very useful is looking at languages like Hindi that are also relatively well studied, where you can sharply see the difference. So incorporation is signaled by the lack of case on the nominal, and it only happens in the internal argument position. So incorporation does not take place in the external argument position. And Hindi lacks altogether spell-out rules for any argumentizer. So it has no spell-out rule for the, no spell-out rule for A, right? So it clearly has a null argument forming operation that can take these different values. No, it can therefore mean what the definite article means, what the indefinite article means, and also kind formation. But remember that kind formation is limited to cumulative properties. So only plural or mass nouns. And Hindi has a completely, regular Indo-European like style plural singular marking. Okay, and so what happens is the following: that if you have a bare singular in object position, that can have the low scope with respect to the iterative adverb. So if you say something like, I mouse caught the whole day, that has a roughly the same meaning like I caught mice the whole day. Okay, but it's not kind denoting, no, because singular cannot denote kind. So this is an incorporation structure. It's the predicate as such that is incorporated as theme of the event. In subject position, incorporation is banned. And so if you have something like mouse entered for the whole day, well, that can only mean something like the mouse or a specific mouse kept entering the whole day. Why? Because incorporation is banned, kind formation is not allowed for singular properties, and so the only option is one of the other argumentizing operation. Okay, and so this all kind of fits together, and this is a sketch that illustrates the parallelism between incorporation structures and kind formation structures. In particular, you start out just like as usual with a set of events, And then you have an incorporating head. And the incorporating head is property oriented. And it looks for a property and says that that property is the theme of the event, right? And so in the end, the ultimate meaning of this will be there is mice catching going on, okay? And you see the semantic parallel between the two constructions down to a fine level of detail. Okay, it is now time to address the perhaps controversial aspect of my presentation today, which is the relation between the definite article and kind formation. And there are three questions here that come about. The main question, the main global question is that sometimes the definite article appears to be involved in kind formation. And how does that happen? Okay, so let's look at the data, most of which are, I think, uncontroversial. So in English, you cannot use the definite plural for kind formation. So you cannot say things like the dogs bark or the dogs are exting, meaning the kind. In German, you can. So German differs minimally from English in this respect, because it allows Verb arguments very much like English does, but it also allows the definite plural to refer to kind. And so how can that be? And two possibilities obviously come to mind. One is to say, well, the definite plural can be one of the ways in which kind formation can be spelled out. And so German is ambiguous. Like English, it has a null argument forming operator, but it also allows to spell it out via the definite plural. Okay, and that is the end of the story. And I want to argue against this hypothesis. But before doing so, I want to point out what could be an alternative to this. If this is not what is going on, if the definite article does not per se denote the argument forming operation, then how do we make sense of what goes on in German? And well, what I want to say is that, okay, yes, I overspoke. The definite plural can be used to form a kind, but only under duress. Only whenever there is contextual pressure by the structural environment in which you use the definite article. And let me explain what I mean by that. So there is something that happens regularly, every time, all over the places. And is, the fact that certain modifiers target the extension of something, but other modifiers target the intention of something. So for instance, tall boy targets the extension of boy. Not tall targets the extension of boy. Yellow book, yellow targets the extension of book. It modifies the extension of book. But former president or alleged, well, they are modifiers that target an intention. Okay. Similarly, for I saw the cat in my garden versus I saw the cat in my dream. In my garden targets the extension of what it modifies. In my dream targets the intention. whenever this is so, you have a function that targets an extensional object, but if you have one that targets an intentional object, you intentionalize the argument without much fuss. And I think that this is what is going on in the case, and this is the same mechanism that allows the definite plural to sometimes being a kind forming operator. So if you have something like being extinct is something that cannot apply to a group, to us, right? It only can apply to an intentional object. And kinds are intentional. Kinds are functions from worlds into the plurality that instantiates the kind. And so you have a kind-oriented context, i.e. an intentional context. You have an extensional argument, the dodos, and you resolve it by abstracting over worlds. So, it's natural that it should be the definite article to do this, because the definite article, its core function is maximization. It has these two other factors, anaphoricity and context dependence. So you've got to get rid of the context, right? So you've got to be able to make the dodos be able to refer to the totality of dodos in the world. Okay? So with these two changes, that is to say, by doing away with the contextual restriction that the definite typically has, and by intentionalizing it, well, you get the kind. Okay, but this must be driven structurally by the environment in which you embed the plural. And I'll try to provide direct evidence for this shortly. But let me add something, which is why does this not happen in English? Why is it the case that if you can make the definite plural kind denoting by intentional abstraction, why can't you do that in English? There are various venues one can pursue, but a simple-minded one would be that in English, you cannot get rid of the context. So while, say, the dogs in German can mean the totality of the dogs in the world, in English, the dogs is always something like the dogs around, the dogs over here. It always has a sort of contextually driven restriction that you cannot quite eliminate. And this makes them unsuitable as a device for kind reference. And so I'm assuming that this abstract forming operation that can associate with a definite article may be blocked in certain languages by certain lexical restrictions firm of the definite article in that language. Before moving on, we cannot not say something about the ways in which the definite singular can be kind denoting, as in the dodo singular is extinct, or the wolf, the dog evolved from the wolf, or the horse arrived in the Americas with Columbus. Okay, now I am going to leave this largely open because life is short. But let me hint at the line that I think is necessary to pursue in this connection. There is a, there is a basic difference between your normal plural kinds that in English are expressed via verb plurals, and the singular taxonomic kind. They're related but distinct. So their relation is similar to that between a plurality and a group. So we know that plurality and groups are in an intimate relation. And if you say John, Bill, and Mary lifted the piano, if that is true, it will also be true that the group constituted by John, Bill, and Mary lifted the piano. Okay, so for every plurality there is a corresponding group, and for every group there is a corresponding plurality, but we also know that they've got to be different because they do not share the same predicate, so to speak. And you can say things like, the group constituted by them has 3 members, but you cannot say they have 3 members, for example. And a bunch of other differences that are well documented in the literature. Well, I think that the distinction between taxonomic kinds, like the dog, and plural kinds, like dogs, is similar to this, is parallel in a strong way to the distinction between pluralities and groups. And the way in which taxonomic kinds enter the compositional theme of semantics, the route is distinct, different from that associated normally with regular kinds. And I will have to leave it at that, I'm afraid. But I'll be, this is fun to discuss. So
10 minutes.
10 minutes. Let me not summarize then and jump to Romance versus Germanic. I will only be able to show the differences in very broad strokes. So in English, and perhaps throughout Germanic, verb arguments, that is, verb plurals, verb mass nouns, occur in any position. In French, there are no verb arguments, essentially, to speak of. And Italian, verb arguments appear to be positionally restricted. And basically in 2 ways, either as complement of lexical heads, like V or P, or in certain left periphery positions, say topic, perhaps some focus position, and so on. Now, clearly, this distribution is strongly reminiscent of Prodrop phenomena, and that's the analysis that I intend to pursue. These are some simple Italian examples. So, for example, tene is a generic sentence. Leo always refuses to talk with aggressive people. Leo rarely befriends academics, and so on. In subject position, in the EPP subject position, their arguments are definitely marginal. So things like studenti raramente si rivolgono a Leo is deviant, studenti si sono rivolti a Leo is deviant. However, if you add modifiers of a certain type, they become grammatical. So studenti insoddisfatti si sono rivolti a Leo, dissatisfied students turn to Leo, or studenti con problemi raramente si rivolgono a Leo, students with problems rarely turn to Leo, are perfect. And when this condition is met, kind level predicates are perfect. Okay, so ragazzi in pantaloni corti in Italia sono rari, boys in shorts in Italy are rare, or this is a sentence taken from the website of a teacher organization, insegnanti davvero capaci sono più rari degli artisti o dei saggi. Really capable teachers are rarer than artists or wise men. So the idea, the way I'm thinking about this is traditional in the sense that bad arguments are banned in canonical EPP positions. Modified bad arguments, however, can be hosted in an F peripheral position, say topic. And to occur in that position, you have to be modified, perhaps for prosodic or perhaps for information theoretic reason. And this is fully analogous to other well-known phenomenon of a similar kind, like say heavy entry shift in English. So you cannot say in English, I found on my desk the book. You can, however, say, I found on my desk the book I'd lost this morning. And this is fully general. And why this is so, it's poorly understood. It may have with having enough constituent structure to spread a suitable intonational contour on, or it might have to do with the kind of alternatives that those positions are associated with. But be that as it may, it is an independent issue. Now, you can, of course, try a pseudo-incorporation approach for Italian. There would be no problem with it, except that why are kind level predicates good with bad arguments when they are suitably licensed in the appropriate position? Okay, so I think that the simplest hypothesis is that, look, Italian is just like English. It has a null-kind forming operator. And this null-kind forming operator is restricted to appropriately licensed positions, such as adjacent to a lexical head, or by, say, spec head agreement with a suitable left peripheral head, like topic, say. And what about the definite article in Italian? Well, the definite article in Italian should work just like the definite article in German. So it will denote kind under duress, if the context forces it. So if you are in the EPP subject position, where the null argument forming operator is banned, you will have to use the definite article. And by intentional abstraction, we know that the definite article can come to denote a kind. But you will not be allowed this strategy in a position where the kind of predication doesn't sustain it. So, for example, in the argument position of an episodic predicate, like kill, in the internal argument position of an episodic predicate like kill, there is no reason to go to the kind, unless you have something that denotes it. Okay, so you get the following contrast, right? So, ieri sera ho ucciso le zanzare per un'ora, o ripetutamente, is deviant. As in fact is deviant, the partitive article, let's call it. So, ieri sera ho ucciso delle zanzare per un'ora, it's funny. And the one that really works is ieri sera ho ucciso zanzare per un'ora. And this is systematic, and it's just like English, right? and it holds pretty steadily, right? So, ieri ho ingoiato delle pillole ripetutamente versus ieri ho ingoiato pillole ripetutamente. Ieri ho schiacciato delle pulci fino alle 3, ieri ho schiacciato pulci fino alle 3. Even in subject position, gattini con difetti congeniti sono nati ripetutamente qui. Fine. Dei gattini con difetti congeniti sono nati ripetutamente, much harder. So, in general, the contrast is robust and systematic. The verb plural is seamless in Italian, in object position with respect to these productional modifiers. But any other quantifier, it's either marginal or banned. Okay, and this follows under the assumption that Italian has this null kind forming operation that creates an argument that episodic predicates can take. And the quantification adverb will have wide scope with respect to it. What about French, where this option doesn't seem to be available? French really kind of doesn't like much null arguments. It has this partitive article of which the Italian day is a cognate. The French one is perhaps slightly more interesting in that the way in which this is formally similar in the two languages, you have the preposition de or di, of, and then the definite article. Okay, the definite article is subject to variations, some of which are clearly phonologically conditioned, but others seem to be syntactically conditioned. So you drop the definite article in French in 3 environments. This is straight out of standard grammar books. You drop it if you have a prenominal adjective, you drop it under negation, and you drop it in pseudo partitives. So in that case, you will find just the preposition the. Semantically, it has a restriction similar to the Italian one. It's restricted to cumulative properties, that is mass nouns or plurals. It's existential, it's typically narrow scope, and it doesn't allow kind level readings. So the balance en voie d'extinction doesn't really work. At the same time, that's the one article that you have to have in this scope of low plurational modifiers. Okay, so the equivalent of the Italian sentences that we saw above, last night I've killed mosquitoes for an hour before falling asleep, in French requires de, and it's ungrammatical without it. So this suggests that this de must be an incorporation marker. And as has been argued by Gonzalez and Mijo. And so this is roughly the idea that you have your verb. So, what de does, it simply checks that its sister is a cumulative property. If it is, it passes it up. And this is matched by an incorporating head on the verb that is property oriented. So that the sentence winds up meaning what it does mean, namely that there is mosquito killing going on. And the parallel between this and the Italian case and the Hindi case couldn't be more transparent. And in fact, this is very much like the article he in Maori, as described by Chang and Larusso. I won't get into that. And I will simply summarize where I think we stand, which is roughly the following. English and Italian have a null kind-forming operator, which is syntactically projected. In English, it is unrestricted. So English differs from Italian on two counts. English has unrestricted non-argument formation. In Italian, is restricted to via these licensing conditions, namely either adjacent to a lexical head or in spec head agreement with a suitable left peripheral head. The other difference is that in English, the plural is defective. And so it does not allow kind reference. But in Italian, it does under duress, only when forced, not as an inherent lexical property, as it were. These are the two differences between Italian and English. And a huge, complex set of facts does follow from this. French lacks this kind of strategy and has an article that is an incorporation marker. And that sort of targets cumulative properties, unlike Hindi that targets any property. Incorporation in Hindi is not restricted to cumulative properties. But you know, the meaning is the meaning that you get, the effect that you get is very, very, very similar. And then Hindi has an unrestricted non-argument formation, and it has both incorporation and kind formation, as well as the other ways in which argument may be formed, namely the definite and the indefinite article. So I hope that we are moving towards a picture that makes sense, and it's also kind of restrictive. Kind formation is perhaps universally null. Incorporation strategies can supplement it or altogether supplant it. And the use of the definite plural to refer to kind is a last resort. And that is the set of theses that I would like to submit to your critique. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And yeah, we do have time for questions. And Andres has a question, so please. I also have a question.
You are muted, Andres.
We cannot hear you.
Okay, now, yeah. Thanks a lot for your talk. It was very stimulating. I didn't understand. I have basically two questions. One is regarding to the universally null hypothesis for kind formation. I don't understand what this follows from. And it makes me think that maybe an alternative would be to think of kind formation as not created by an argument formation property, but maybe thinking that nominality is essentially is born as a kind, as has been proposed by some. So for instance, if there is no kind formation operation, but nominals are born as kind, and then properties come from further operation, maybe the nullness, the nullness property will follow, right? I don't know, maybe. And this will include French and maybe Maori as being kinds also, maybe. And an idea that maybe also goes in this direction is the use of de in French, because For instance, according to David Pesetsky, there is some evidence that these genitive markers are intrinsic properties of nominals also. The fact that you see accusative or you see nominative is because you add functional structure above the nominal, right? So there is a correlation between be verb noun and be genitive. This seems to be a property that was more or less robust in Pesetsky's story. That's my first, well, it's a comment. If you have any opinion about the possibility of deriving the nullness via the idea of nominality being, can be primitive. And the second is related to, maybe I missed something, but I didn't understand how the singular, the horse in English works, in the sense of why the singular is not contextually restricted as the plural. I think that I missed a part of in your explanation, because you argue that we don't have in English the horses with the kind reading because English is, the article is strongly, the plural is strongly restricted by the context. But what about the singular, right? That's my second question. Thanks a lot.
Yes, thank you. Thank you so much, Andres. Yes. Let's see. Let's start with the second, which is more circumscribed and easier to address. Both the singular and the plural are contextually restricted. And this contextual restriction cannot be obviated in English. That's the thesis, right? You're thinking of the singular definite generic, right? Where, the dog can refer to the taxonomic kind. Well, the path to that is different. So the path to that, first of all, the taxonomic kind is ontologically distinct from a regular plural kind in the way in which a group is distinct from a plurality. And second, the way in which that happens is, not as a process of argument forming, but as a shift that happens at the property level, at the common noun level. And the evidence for that comes from sentences like, the whale is on the verge of extinction. In fact, most whales are already extinct. And when you have most whales, you see that it is the common noun that is shifted to being taxonomic kind denoting. Once the shift happens at the level of the common noun, the presence of a contextual restriction on the article will take its due course as always. Okay. So that's sort of the answer to that part of your question. Now, the first part of your question, the first question that you have is more open-ended and interesting. And at some level, I do share your intuition, but at some level, I don't. So yeah, there is something, being a kind and being a noun. Yeah, maybe. But conceptually, I'm not sure I see it, no? Because there is a real, true isomorphism between properties and kinds. They, in a way, feel like different ways of encoding the same information, no? Because a property is true at a world as an extension at a world, and so does a kind. So it's very hard on conceptual grounds to claim any superiority. And I don't know that I find the evidence that nouns start their life as kinds compelling. In fact, that is something that I'd like to keep for certain languages, but not for all languages. So for example, I want to say that classifier languages like Mandarin, Korean, Japanese, Bangla, they are languages where their nouns are kind denoting. And that's why you have an obligatory classifier. And that also is why obligatory classifier languages are always bare argument languages, always. You never find the paradigm that you find in the Indo-European languages. And so I don't want to give that away, right? And so I am not convinced by the idea that nouns should start always their life as kind denoting.
Then this leaves the nullness question, right?
The noun in a question does remain, and it remains in a way mysterious, right? Particularly in the world of event semantics, where it's very difficult to tease apart run as a noun from run as a verb, right? They are both properties of events. They are both, if you wish, kinds of events. So the difference between nouns and verbs does remain hard. Yeah, thank you.
Thanks a lot.
Okay, Cilene.
Thanks a lot. It was an amazing talk, really nice. Roberta and I have been talking about this kind of stuff for a while. It's great. But I want to do a follow-up on your talk with your discussion with Andres. I think that we did an experiment in Brazilian Portuguese not long ago, like 2 years ago, and we repeated this experiment. And what happened in this experiment is that we gave a person, in Brazilian Portuguese, a definite singular DP can have both a genetic reading or a specific reading. And we created this whole structural context and discursive and verbal context, forcing either genetic or a specific reading. And then we gave the speakers the opportunity to tell us if you were talking about something like, oh, John loves whales, and he's studying a whale in his lab for his master's degree. He told me that the whale sleeps vertically. So then we asked the person, what sleeps vertically? Whales in general, or the whale John studied? So we created context like this. And the fact is, when you force in specific reading, people kind of zero their genetic reading. They say, like, I'm sure, you give them the true opportunity and ask them to value, you give them the true interpretation and ask them to value the two of them, to evaluate the two of them using a scale. They zero the scale for genetic. But if you give them a genetic context and ask them to judge the two possible interpretations, they don't zero the specific interpretation. They say, like, well, I mean, I go with a genetic interpretation, but a specific interpretation is also possible. So I think that this kind of experiment shows almost the opposite what Andres was proposing, that all nouns are born as kinds. It's almost the opposite, people, when they see a definite DP, at least, they do tend to interpret it as specific.
Mm-hmm.
That's it. It's just a follow-up. Thank you.
Yes. So if I understand you, Cilene, so if you say the whale sleeps vertically, the specific object interpretation remains alive, even if you prime the context so as to make the generic interpretation.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's totally a totally valid point. In fact, you know, it's pretty clear that taxonomic kind formation is a marked operation that you have to make through the sweat of your eyebrow.
That's right. That's right. Now, the interesting...
That's why I think it's a common noun level shift. That's why I don't think that you should start the derivation with the taxonomic kind at all. Yeah, I agree with.
Yeah, and the interesting thing about this is that we tested people with no problem. You use a psychological scale to measure schizotypy, and schizotypy is something that really affect pragmatics and conjoining information, putting together contextual information. When we test people with pragmatics problem like schizotypy, then they zero the genetic reading, and they don't care about the genetic readings. They are really they strongly hold on to the specific reading. So it shows that the genetic reading is something that is constructed.
Yeah. This particular genetic reading is perhaps the hardest to construct. The taxonomic kind genetic is the hardest, the most sort of structurally complex. Yeah, I would agree with that.
Yeah, I can share the paper with you if you wish.
Okay, so we still have a question from Adriana Bellati, the last one, and a quick one because we run out of time again.
Hi, Gennaro. I was thinking of your idea that a modified bare plural subject is a topic. And I was, thinking, why should that be so? Well, you were thinking of maybe prosodic reasons, or it occurred to me that if you think of a bare plural object, maybe there might be a reason for that. So a modified bare plural subject in topic would be resumed in the TP by a null subject, so a null pro, and this is necessarily, there is no null partitive, say, as a subject, so it's a definite pronoun, and this would kind of explain why you need this modification, because if you don't have it, you would need a partitive, resumptive pronoun, as you see in the object case. So if you say, studenti non li incontri mai, that's pretty weird. You want to say, studenti non ne incontri mai, qui studenti non ne incontri mai. Whereas if you say, studenti bravi non li trovi facilmente, that becomes possible. Both are possible, but also the definite clitic, object clitic is possible. So this may in turn, I don't know, indicate that the analysis that the modified bare plural is actually in topic necessarily is correct.
Yeah, this is, first of all, nobody be jealous, but I'm going to a kiss at Adriana, whom I will see next week in person.
But I couldn't not ask this here.
It's a very, it's an excellent point, and let's figure it out more. But it sounds like you're absolutely right. Yeah. Organizers take over.
Oh, okay. Okay, so I thought that you were going to say to make any other comment on Bellati's
That it sounds like a great system to pursue. That's That's the only thing that I can say. It sounds like.
Okay. Okay, so now we have lunchtime or dinner time, and I'm going to ask you to be back at exactly 1:30 in Boston time, so we can start punctually, if possible. That means that we only have 45 minutes for lunch. Sorry. Is that okay? So see you in 45 minutes.